opposing counsel writes like a, it had been a 10-page.
Yeah, there's not a lot of space.
Traffic was horrible. You guys are probably lucky you're here.
So yeah, I didn't know if they were gonna move us around or not, but I've been here and then Phil, actually the first one, Gavin, the first one I was over there and then we appointed Gavin in his position. We came up for the next meeting and they kind of reshuffled us and I was wondering how they were gonna
put me, I didn't know.
or move us all around again.
I remember when I first started, I guess the second time I saw him, he stuck me right in the middle there, and I was like, no.
I know they're
Let me see it on.
Well, we didn't have cameras then. So what was that?
He went over the whole thing.
Not this one. He went over
Oh,
the wastewater drainage.
yeah.
Yes.
This is not ours. Is that you? Who's going to do that? They're here.
It's gonna be K-Freeze, yeah.
Okay. So this I didn't miss. Roxanne, did anybody take a picture when you were sworn in? When you were sworn in?
As soon as I can.
No. Well, I'm gonna take one now that you have the whole concept.
No, but I may not need one. I mean, just, I'm fully charged and
I don't have Gavin's either. I need to.
I've never taken. What did I do? So I don't know how long the
What
battery
did you
lasts.
not do?
But it's a new one.
No, I was saying, for my records, Holly was supposed to send me a picture when you got sworn in.
Oh, well, that's Holly's fault. That's not mine.
I had to chase her for that.
But I'm
And
not
now
done.
I need to get a picture because I have a hole in my records.
We cannot
Can't
have that.
I have
We can't put like a
everybody's-
little smiley face there?
No, I don't do all that.
Oh, okay,
This-
alright.
I have to be there.
Got it, good.
Because I have everybody else's when they got sworn in.
I will make myself a note to make
Okay,
sure.
please.
Yes, ma'am.
I will have to let you do that. Because she came into your office and got sworn in.
I've already been sworn in.
Yes.
Oh, you already sworn?
One here, you know.
Oh, yeah. What happened?
We are?
We are, that's okay.
You are?
You're,
You
yes,
will?
yes, you're officially sworn in already, of course, but we put them all normally on agendas, so if you'd like to do
The
it.
ceremonial swearing
We have to watch you. Yes, the ceremonial swearing.
You get to do it in meeting.
Swear. Where's the certificate? Where's that certificate?
We mail it out.
No, I'm mailing you this at the next meeting.
It's at the,
I'll be ready.
it's at the framing, it's at the framing shop.
Exactly.
Man, it's freezing in here.
Stuff, you know that?
I know, I agree with you. You know, I always.
You haven't signed it.
I haven't.
Glad I
Well,
brought a
sweater in yet.
Yeah, this is for.
I dressed in layers, but I wish I had another one.
Yeah, I know, but Mayor has to sign it, right?
Well, we
See
can
if
turn the thermostat.
Can we ask him to throw another log on that refrigerator?
Yes,
Fridge it in here.
and Mayor, we're glad that you wanted to go.
Yeah, it is a little cold in here, that's the standard thing, yeah.
The City of Rollingwood City Council meeting is called to order on Wednesday, February 16th, 2022 at 7:10 p.m. And let's confirm that we are recording. Good. With that, we will do roll call. Ms. Brown?
Here, present.
Alec Robinson here.
Roxanne Mckee.
Phil McDuffie?
Sarah Hudson?
Gavin Massengill. Moving on to public comment. Do we have any public comment?
Hi.
Please identify
Shanti.
yourself.
Okay, Shanti Jayakumar, 3309 Parkins Drive. I'm here to thank our police department, and I don't know where chief is, but during the recent, when we lost power and had to boil water for 4 days, all of that, our police were very instrumental in making sure that the most vulnerable of our citizens, our elderly, were very well taken care of. And I've heard many of them call me back and said they don't have internet or whatever to send y'all a note, but they wanted y'all to know that it meant a lot to them, to make sure. They came back a second time and a third time, make sure that they had water, or if they needed anything else. So thank you all for making sure that the most vulnerable of our population is taken care of every time we have any of these.
You're very welcome. That's
Okay.
a project that I'm very proud of in this community, and always happy to have our men and women in blue take care of that for us. So
Please convey that. Thank you.
We'll do it. Thank you. With that, we will move on to the swearing in of newly appointed officials. Item number 2, swearing in of council member Roxanne Mckee. If she would meet me out front, we will. It's already official, but we'll make it ceremonially official.
So I can get a
I
picture.
was told to make that point. She has technically already been sworn in, so she's been on at the work group earlier, but now we're going to make it even more official than it already was. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Roxanne McKee,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of council member
that I will faithfully execute the duties of office of city council member
for the city of Rollingwood of the state of Texas,
for the city of Rollingwood of the state of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
and laws of the United States and of this state.
and laws of the United States and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Welcome back. And with that, we will move on to presentations. Presentation and discussion and possible action on the Water Capital Improvements Plan, CIP, prepared by K. Freeze and Associates. We had a small primer on this earlier, and now for the main event. And we will recognize K. Freeze to open up the discussion. Please identify yourself.
Hi, I'm Dale Murphy with Cape Freeze. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us tonight to go over the plan. I also have Greg Blackburn here. He'll be taking over for me to do most of the detail of the presentation, and Allison here, who's the real brains behind this stuff. So she'll be giving us hand signals when we say something wrong. But I know you all have a long agenda, so we'll try to go through this here pretty quickly. So I thought I'd start off and just give a little bit of a how does a water system work, just a real brief little talk on that, just because I feel like that's good context for what we're going to talk about today. We'll talk about your existing system, the modeling and planning we went through, how we came up with your proposed projects, what they are, what the next steps are, and then answer any questions y'all have. So just real quick, so just some definitions. Raw water is where we get the actual water that starts off. In our case, all of the water that comes to the city of Austin, which then comes to Rollingwood, comes from Lake Austin and Lake Travis. And so where we're at, most of that is Lake Austin water. It goes to the Austin treatment plant. and then from there it goes through pump stations and tanks and pipes and ends up coming to our city here. I also just want to mention one other thing, that at the bottom of the pressure reducing valves are kind of a key element in a hilly city like we have here. Which helps us control the pressures and be in the right range, which I'm going to go over here in just a second. So this is our best artistic impression of a hilly city and how it works, but I might walk over here if you all don't mind the point. Our goal in general is to hit a pressure range between 50 and 85 psi at your meter at your house. That's generally the range that isn't so high that you have any problems inside your house with pipes bursting, and isn't so low that folks complain about water dribbling out of their shower head. And so that's kind of the goal. The TCQ minimums are down to 35, but we're always trying to aim higher than that and get to the point where hopefully we're not having folks complain. And so that directly relates to water tanks and how much higher the water in the tank is from your house. And so for every foot of height that the water in the tank is higher than your house is about 0.43 psi, so a little less than half a psi per foot. So the end of that means the water in the tank needs to be at least 116 feet higher than your house to be 50 feet or 50 psi of pressure, and no more than about 196 feet higher than your house to be 85 psi. And so the challenge in a hilly place like this is, especially in a rolling city, is the
We
ups
are.
and downs in there. So that these little bands in here, this orange band kind of shows the elevations that the water in this tank would serve, and then the blue band below that. Oops, I realized it was touch screen. I'm touching things. Sorry. The blue bands is the area that would be served in there. So it's only about 60 to 70 feet of elevation range that those pressure planes serve. And then when you kind of get the ones that are even lower than that, this yellow spot in the bottom here, and that's where those pressure reducing valves come in real handy to reduce the pressure so we don't over pressurize the pipes or the houses themselves. So actually, I think I messed up the I touched the screen and took it out of the presentation mode. Sorry.
Too much technology.
Yeah.
Try the arrow.
No, it worked anyway, but it's not in presentation mode though, so you're kind of seeing the. Is there a trick to that?
And council, I don't want to get us off of too much, but that pressure plane discussion is very. While you're figuring that out, I'll.
I saw a little note that said Wi-Fi disconnected.
Yeah.
It came on once or twice.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
I think that works.
So, staff and Crossroads and K-Freeze, we all spent over an hour on a call last week. Was it last week? Regarding the pressure plane issue. And we won't get drawn off on this tonight, but it's a very important discussion because it has a lot of effect on the discussions that we're having regarding Vale and Vance and those water lines. Lots of discussion on some what seems to be a problem with some low pressure that's happening in a few isolated incidents with residents. There's just a lot around that whole discussion related to some decisions that we're gonna have to make, some monetary decisions that we're gonna have to make at some specific spots in the lower or in the higher in the lower plane. Yes, I always get those mixed up. Anyway, we won't get drawn off and down that rabbit trail tonight, but there's more to come on that pressure plane discussion. So
Yeah, and we also have been brainstorming on that and have some thoughts that might help out. So we get into that in a future discussion. We can get into that.
thank you.
So also just backing up to how y'all get your water. So we get all our water from Austin. Y'all have a contract directly with them. That contract limits you to 1 million gallons of water a day, which is an average over a month, because they read the meters once a month. And so in a 30-day month, you can take 30 million gallons of water. That is how much they are willing to give you. Your max that you've taken historically is about 0.625 million gallons per day over that month, which I think was in the summer of 2019. So you're well under that limit. So you're doing well with your current contract with Austin. As far as the raw water, I mentioned that comes either from Lake Austin for the most part in our case here. All of the cities that take water from the lakes and the Colorado River have to get LCRA contracts for that raw water. So Rutlandwood currently does not have a contract with LCRA. Austin holds that contract, and our contract with Austin pays for the raw water contract and for Austin to treat it and deliver it to the city. The Region K, we're in Region K of the LCRA, the State Water Plan, And they, the city of Austin has described that by 2040 they would like to stop having that arrangement where Rollingwood will have to have their own direct raw water contract, and let's say exactly when, just by 2040. And so then sometime before then, the city, Rollingwood would need to negotiate their raw water contract with LCRA, and then renegotiate their contract with Austin to take that piece out of that. So they're only paying for the treatment of the water and not paying for the raw water portion of that. Over the last year, I've had a few different conversations with the LCRA folks who are in charge of that, and I think at some point in the not too distant future, we probably should start having those conversations to start making sure that we get our water allocated and grab that. What they told me is they can't ever imagine any scenario where Rollingwood wouldn't be able to obtain their portion of the water rights in the lake, but that there are a lot of people vying for those rights over the next decade and stuff as everything grows up so fast around here. So I think some conversations with Austin and LCRA probably should happen in the next 5-ish years, just to start having those conversations.
We'll come back.
It's not an emergency at this point or anything.
It's not an emergency until it is.
Exactly.
And
you don't want to be on the wrong side of that for sure. So that's why I just wanted to make sure and mention it. I don't think it's a big deal at the moment, but it is something we should keep on our list of things to do.
Brooke?
How are the water rights nominated? I mean, I don't mean the whole process. I just mean in what, is it 1 million gallons or is it some other unit?
So the raw water is actually acre feet per year.
Acre feet per year, okay.
Yeah. And I want to say the 1 million gallons a day ish number comes out to something. I'm going to be wrong if I tell you what it is. But anyway,
Yeah,
I can let you know what that.
there's a translation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So Austin, well, we'll talk more about this.
Yeah.
I do want to talk about it. I'd like to get my arms around it sooner
Yeah.
rather than later.
Gladly.
Because they want to kick us off. They're not going to give up their rights.
Right. That's exactly how that's going to work.
Yes.
And LCRA is building, they've been building their new reservoir off channel in South Texas that's helping allow for more raw water to be available for everybody since they're releasing less from the dams. And so there is raw water available currently for folks, but there is a list of people starting to vie for that water. So
Yeah, I'd like to get ahead of that if we could.
Anyway, so raw water for the most part for this area comes through the Ulrich Water Treatment Plant right over here off of Worst View, and which has also been in the news quite a bit lately, that water treatment plant. But the Austin system works. There's 3 treatment plants total in Austin. They all work together and can serve all parts of the city. That's the one that's nearest us, so the vast majority of the water that would come here, I'm sure, is from there. And as I mentioned, all that water just ends up coming through their system from a few different places to tie into our system here. I'm actually going to hand it over to Greg and get a little more detail into your system internally and what we came up with on the plan.
Thanks, Dale. So a quick overview of the city's existing system before we kind of get into the capital improvements plan. So as Dale mentioned, the water supplied from Austin Water. There are 3 different connection points, which I'll pull up a map here after this, that all have meters, and that's how the flow is measured from the city. The pressure planes that Dale talked about, the city right now has 2 existing pressure planes. 5 pressure reducing valves total. 2 of them are at the connection points with the city. The 3rd connection point does not have a pressure PRV, just based on the elevation or the pressure coming in from Austin Water. And then there are 3 internal PRVs, which you'll see here in a second, that separate those pressure planes. And so those pressure planes are meant just as a backup feed. If something were to happen in the low pressure plane, a big fire emergency or big main break, and that pressure dropped significantly, flow would go through those PRVs to be able to still supply that low zone. The city system has 15.7 miles of pipes ranging from 1 to 12 inches in diameter. Also has about 250 valves and approximately 100 fire hydrants as well. So this is a little bit hard to see, but this is the city's existing water system. One of the main PRVs for the high zone, which is the high zone is this blue shaded the blue shaded parcels, it comes through this B Caves master meter and a PRV. The low zone, which is this red shaded area, comes through the Riley master meter, and that one does not have a pressure reason valve. And then the third feed is over here on Hatley, and that one is an emergency feed only. So just based on the pressures from the city from that feed, it should never be used unless something seriously goes wrong in the system and the pressures drop significantly. So that is truly a backup emergency feed. And then you can see here we have the 3 internal PRVs, one down here at Riley and Rollingwood, Hatley and Almerian, and Hatley and Nixon. So getting into the water modeling and what we did for the CIP, so we modeled the existing and future systems using, it's a Bentley product called WaterCAD V8i. We run 2 different model runs in there. One is an extended period simulation, so it models the system over a 24-hour period with demands changing throughout the day and kind of see how the system reacts. And also a Fireflow analysis to make sure that we have sufficient fire flow throughout the city. As Dale mentioned, we try to keep our pressure ranges between 50 and 85 psi. So once we get out of that range, we start looking at potential projects to bring those back into our design criteria. Fireflow requirements, we use 1500 GPM for residential at a 20 psi residual. So if that amount of flow is being pulled out of a fire hydrant, we want to make sure that the rest of the system has an absolute minimum of 20 psi. Similarly with commercial, it's a 20 psi residual, but it's a 3500 GPM requirement. So this is kind of the baseline for what we used in our model for the CIP and the design criteria that we looked at. So from there, we developed projects using our model, kind of different projects, and that we'll go into in a little bit. We looked at areas or projects to resolve high or low pressures in the system. Anywhere that we didn't have adequate fire flow, making sure that we improve that. Also looking at any maintenance concerns or access issues for the city staff. So there's been a couple areas of the town that have repeated main breaks that we've talked about here before. Also some backyard water lines that are in easements in people's backyards that are hard for the city staff to access to read meters, or if there were a main break, it's hard for them to isolate and get back there. So trying to look at improving that. And then we ranked the projects just based on priority, which, you know, we worked a little bit with the city staff and kind of came up with our own priority ranking that we have here. And so I'll go into each of these projects a little bit more specifically. These are all in the council packet as well. So we ranked our projects from A through K. In total, it was just over $6 million in cost estimates. And so these estimates do include, just so you're aware, not only the construction, but also the engineering services related. So getting topographic survey, geotechnical, the design work, all of that. So this should be an all-in number, and these are high-level planning cost estimates. These are not meant to be detailed cost estimate to go out to bid. So more on the planning side. Especially with the market nowadays, cost estimating is very difficult. So I do want to mention that we were notified of an error in the report. So some of these cost estimate values, we reduced the project K, the town center PRV, that was a little bit higher on our list, and we moved it down, and the dollar values just didn't get switched around. So this is the corrected table. We will get that fixed in the CIP before we submit the final copy. So the next map is kind of the proposed system and all the projects that we are showing. One thing I do want to mention, that's a fairly long list with a pretty expensive list of projects. These are not, like, there's very few projects we identified, or I guess probably none, that were critical. The city's water system is working fine. There are some lower pressure complaints that we've had, or some issues, main breaks, but in general, like, this system is working fairly well, and these are just to bring us back into our design criteria. So as you can see here, we did modify the pressure planes a bit with some of our projects. So rather than just having 2, we now have 4 total. We have that blue area up there. I'm blanking on the name of that street right now. Hatley, yeah, sorry. So that area, we were having some issues, and I'll talk about it a little bit more. So we created a third pressure plane there. And then also we have a fourth one down in the southeast portion of the city to serve some commercial residents along bee caves.
Now on that, with those two new pressure planes, go back a slide. So what on that list helps us create those two new pressure planes?
So those are projects C and K.
Okay.
And yeah,
I'm with you.
yeah. So I'll go into those a little
And
bit more.
C, so we're going to talk later about that PRV issue that we have over at Hatley, Almerian. Is
Mhm.
that is what's on the agenda later? Is that included in that 50 and C?
That should be included, yeah, because that includes a new PRV, which
Okay.
basically is repairing the one that was. Yeah, that's a good point. So let me go back to.
I think what you're talking about now is replacing the existing PRV, and this is gonna actually there's gonna be some piping modification that will have to happen with this project.
That we talked about
They're using that PRV that we're gonna buy.
Right.
I'm with you. Okay.
Yeah, and so what the mayor's talking about is this PRV right now, the Hatley and Almerian. When we were doing this effort, the beginning of this effort, we were noticing some different system operations than we were seeing in the model. And so we worked with Crossroads, and what was actually happening is that PRV was not working at all, so all the high pressure was going into that low zone and caused some main breaks that we think is due to the high pressures, and so they were able to isolate that PRV. It's not in operation right now, but y'all will be talking about it later to replace that.
So does that mean we're just running high pressure through there still?
No, now it's all isolated off.
Okay.
They've worked a workaround,
Mm-hmm.
but the workaround's fine. No, not fine. The workaround's working, but what he's discussing here is the permanent fix.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, basically with that being out, that's one of our backup feeds that's not in operation. So
Mm-hmm.
get back to our projects. So I'll go into them a little bit more specifically. So this is the project we ranked highest. It's on we've talked about it a few times here. It's the Vancevale water improvements. This is an area of town that experienced some repeated main breaks, especially up there on Vance and Riley. I do want to mention that the project that we have in the CIP, we scaled back from what we talked about previously because there's some discussion about whether some of that some of those water lines have already been replaced. So until we figure that out, we just kind of showed the smaller diameter lines that we think. So these are the black lines there along Vale and Vance are 4 inches in diameter, and everything else around here is 6 inches. So just getting those back up to the full, the pipe diameter surrounding them to provide those full flows.
And we have just pause there. And
Yep.
we've council gave staff and myself approval maybe a month ago to start discussions with Crossroads to do those underground locates. We have started those, but we have not settled on a price yet. So we're working on that still.
So depending on the results of that, could impact the scope of this project a little bit. But
And would this fix the water main breaks all along Vale? Because there was a different project that had replacement of the line along Vale, along the street in
Mhm.
Vale. So it looked to me like there's two different projects for Vale, or this one takes care of the prior one. I'm not sure.
So the prior one was much more extensive. So we originally thought that whole Vale line all the way down to Rollingwood was an older water system or water pipe that had been breaking, and so that's what we were told, just to go ahead and replace all of that. But there had been some discussions. There was a previous project back in, I think, 2012 that talked about replacing that. From what we have, they just showed their services being replaced along Vale and that line being staying in service. So if that line in Vale was replaced in the last 10 years, there's no reason to replace it again.
The water pressure valve thing takes care of
The
breaks
actual,
that
No,
were
the
happening.
actual pipe.
itself.
we're trying to determine.
Well, what I'm saying is the breaks that were happening in the pipe were alleviated when the pressure valve got fixed?
Correct.
Okay.
And so now it just comes down to whether that pipe material is that older pipe or if it was replaced. And the main thing, the reason I say that is part of the reason Crossroads found when they had the main break on Vance is that they found it was broken on a 4-inch line. It was improperly bedded. It was too shallow so that any forces from vehicles or larger equipment would break that line. That's what caused those. Also, the PVC material that was used in that line was older and does not meet the current industry standards for pressure rating. So that was another reason we're looking at replacing that whole segment. So
But that's just on Vance, not also on Vale.
So this project is these black lines here. So to replace, this is an existing 4-inch line that we would replace, and then this short section as well.
Okay,
And then we're looking at whether these two segments are older or if they were replaced.
you're still looking
Yes,
at that.
that's what
Okay.
Catherine was talking about.
And so, I think, sort of to paraphrase, we think we've stopped the bleeding, but we still have some pretty major problems, and we're deciding whether or not to amputate or go a different direction. But the pressure plane issue, I think, kind of helped us get control of the problem, but there's still some problems the way in which it was constructed that we need to try to address. But those are going to be really expensive. The pressure plane issues are still expensive, but more manageable in terms of cost.
Correct.
Fair?
Yeah, exactly. And one thing I meant to mention on this overview of all the different projects, we tried to break these up into as manageable pieces as we could. The majority of these could be packaged in any different way, depending on funding sources. And, you know, the more projects you do together, you get a better price per linear foot of pipe installed or whatever it is. But it all just depends on kind of the funding and how that wants to break out. So these are just A through K projects, but these can either be broken up into smaller pieces or combined. So just keep that in mind. As
Yeah,
we
like
go
just
through this.
for discussion purposes with the council, you know, like in my mind, C is an important one because you're getting a lot of bang for your buck with that 50,000 by getting a hold of that pressure, like really managing that pressure plane, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I also don't want us to say, okay, well, we did that, so now we don't have to do Vale and Vance for the 800,000. Like the C is important and it buys you time, but it doesn't mean that there's not still a problem that needs to be addressed in A. It's just that A costs you a lot more and you get more bang for your buck with C. So, and us, you know, Band-aiding, not that C is a Band-aid, because I think it's important to do C, but historically, Rollingwood has always sort of gone for the C and then never gotten back to the A. And so that's what I think we need to be careful not to do. And that's no one's fault, and it's probably a decision that I would have made, previously too. But I think we're out of time to go back and address the A's of the world.
But it looks like we'll get more info on each project.
Correct.
Yes, you're going to get more info on 2 of them here shortly.
Here's my question: How do you come up with a different ranking, or what's the ranking criteria for projects D through I? Because it seemed that some of those were larger pipes and some were smaller pipes, but I couldn't tell what the criteria was that gave some a different ranking than others.
Yeah, we kind of looked at it as which of those Fireflow improvements served the biggest area.
Geographically?
Like proportionally, how many, I'll call them the parcels, is what we looked at. How many of those parcels did we resolve Fireflow or improve the Fireflow available?
Like how far off from meeting our standards.
Correct, yeah.
To begin with.
Right, yeah. So if there was a project that it was just under our design criteria, that ranked lower than a project that was significantly lower available Fireflow. So.
And then why are a bunch of them together in I?
Oh, so that was some of the projects that Gavin mentioned that were in previous plans that were just never constructed. There's a bunch of cul-de-sacs throughout the city that have 2 to 4 inch diameter pipes that are dead ends that we just kind of lumped all those together just because there's not too much of a rhyme or reason to how to prioritize those. Yeah, they are each very, very tiny segments. So.
And did you look at water pressures with those individual homes?
Correct. Yeah, we looked at pressures all throughout the city.
Okay.
Correct.
Well, those are also a quality issue too, right? Because they're not looped.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So moving on to project B. So this is what we called Inwood Cove Interconnect. This is also another project that had designed but was never constructed. So this is a project at Inwood in Timberline Drive. There's an existing 8-inch that runs in Timberline Drive that is perpendicular to another 8-inch in Inwood Road, and these do not connect currently. They're in the same pressure plane, but they're not connected. And so just making that interconnection just helps create another loop in the system. So another reliable way for water to move throughout the system in case of a main break or fire flow emergency. So this helps improve system pressures and increases fire flows in the area, and really a bigger portion of the city for the fire flow just by creating the additional loop. We ranked it pretty high just because, again, it's compared to others, it's relatively inexpensive and it provides some good benefits. So. Project C, as we mentioned, that's where we're creating this third pressure plane by reconfiguring the piping at that Hatley and Almerian PRV. So we are having some some low pressure issues on Ashworth, and so our proposed project here is to convert those houses on Ashworth to the higher pressure plane. The problem with that is then it created too high of pressures in Vance and Rockway, and so we propose to reconfigure this piping and convert that area that's in the blue there to a third, what we call mid pressure plane, so somewhere in between the low and the high. And that helps, again, resolves the low pressures on Ashworth while also keeping the pressures on Vance and Rockway in that blue area within our design criteria.
So you actually have to move lines or add lines to do that, not just add another valve to control?
It's the way that the piping works with that PRV. It's intended to flow from Almerian and go east to the lower pressure plane, and we're going to reconfigure it so that it goes west to serve that blue area.
Okay.
So that PRV will be dedicated to the blue pressure plane.
It's a small amount of piping just to kind of
Right.
land on the other side
Okay.
of the valve that we're going to
Okay.
close to keep them separate.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
And what area does that improve?
So that improves
The blue, all of the blue area?
Well, the main issue was this Ashworth area was low pressures. So by converting this to the higher plane, it caused these to be too high. We're in a weird area
Okay.
elevation-wise in this area of the city, and so this is our best solution in terms of balancing that of the high and low
Guys on top of the
pressures.
hill versus the people down at the bottom of the hill.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah. And on to projects, we talked about these a little bit. It's going D through I. So those are all the fire flow improvements. Not going to go into each one specifically, but these are all in the council packet and in the CIP. It's a combination of looping, creating additional connections that add additional looping throughout the city, and also upsizing pipes to help just generally increase the fire flow availability throughout the system.
So
When you were looking at pipe sizing, did you go off of studies that you did in the field? Did you go off of old maps that we had? What
For
was
the existing pipe sizes?
for the existing pipe sizes?
We started with the existing GIS data that was put together by WSB, and then we looked at as-built and worked with Crossroads to update as best
As
we
best you could, yeah. So sort of cross-referencing all three.
Yeah, just using everything we could to put
Okay.
those all together.
And then we'll talk later. I think we have a presentation on the GIS mapping, but be sure and give thought to how you would continue to enable or empower our staff, but also you. I want us to really be cognizant of updating that information on a go-forward basis.
Correct.
We have not done that well. That's no one in this room's fault, but we have not done that well, and we've got to get better at it. And I think we've got the technology now to do that. So I need K Freeze to help us think through how we do that on a go forward.
Yeah. So I've talked with the Public Works folks in Crossroads, and we talked about meeting quarterly maybe, just to go over that and update it. We're also gonna give them some maps, some gridded maps of the water system, are more zoomed in, that they can have out in the field. So if they find something that's wrong or
And help
different, they can
help us
mark it
figure
up.
out how to put it into a system. It has to be systemic. It has to. We have to integrate it into our daily operations. It can't just be because we've got you and we've got good people in Public Works today. It has to be ingrained in how we do business, as opposed to be dependent on just a few good folks who are here. Help us figure out how to ingrain it in our systems.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Don't mean
That's
to,
the-
No,
in the-
absolutely.
Into the database?
into the database, but it can't just be me remembering that they need to
I
do it.
understand, yeah.
Yeah.
But
But yes, in the database, yeah,
who will own the database?
we do.
We will.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The city will.
But that's what my concern is, Councilwoman, is that we own something that we're not fully utilizing, and so that's what I want to make sure that,
We have to have somebody that knows how to manage it.
right,
Yes, it's complicated.
Yeah.
And knows what they're doing.
right. Sorry, didn't mean to get us off,
No,
but
you're good. Moving on, Project J. This is abandonment project. So these, this is really a maintenance and access project, and this is one of those projects that can definitely be broken up. It's a pretty high dollar value for the work that it does. We will need to coordinate on that if it is broken up, but essentially there are a lot of existing water lines that are in backyard easements. There's also a 4-inch water line in Timberline Drive that's redundant. It runs parallel to an existing 8-inch. So that 4-inch line has just been an issue for Public Works, being able to isolate. Also abandoning the Hatley and Nixon PRV. So if we do that project to create that third pressure plant up there at Almerian, this PRV is no longer needed, so we can abandon that and just relieve another maintenance issue. And one thing I do want to mention is it is costly to relocate these meters from the backyards to the streets, because you have to go through people's backyards and reconfigure the yard piping on the private property. So it is pretty expensive.
And
But
redo the street.
excuse me.
And redo the street.
Correct. And so these are definitely opportunities. You know, we tried to package some of these abandonment, like you could see with Project A over here. We included an abandonment of this backyard line with the work that we were doing. The reason being, you know, we're going to be out there working, so we could package that in there, and that's something easy to take out from the scope if funding is not there. So.
So, Gary, have we been requiring new construction on Timberline to connect to the front, the water line in the front?
We've only had one.
Only had one what?
We've only had one new construction on that side of Timberline. And they were not required at the time to connect to the front. We have had more than one who did connect to the front. We've had one that did not connect to the front.
that was the one we talked about the other day. Yeah, and we actually circled back to them, didn't we? I can't remember if we did or not. Oh, we sort of missed. You looked at it. We thought we missed the window. Yeah, but I think
Because that needs to be on them.
agreed.
If they're tearing down a house and building a new
Yeah.
one, that's part of the construction cost.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
yeah. I think we need to, and we've talked about it. I think we need to come up with a system, and we may need I think as we talk, we may need an ordinance change. Okay.
So there is a line in Timberline Street that can be connected to?
Yes.
It's just moving the meter from the back to the line in the street?
In this case, it required a street cut and a curb cut.
Well, that, I'm just asking, what my main question is, there's an existing water line in Timberline that could be connected to?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yes.
But one other question, where is the wastewater line for that segment of Timberline? Is it in the back also, or is it in the street? Okay. I'm sorry?
All wastewater lines are in streets.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, I don't think so.
I definitely could be wrong, but
I think along, part of Hatley and part of Almerian.
If they're on a gravity side of something, that definitely could be that's true. Yeah, in those areas, there's not much we can do about that because that's just really where those are gravity pipes that need to go downhill and they need to kind of follow the creek area,
Well,
slope area there to make that happen. And so the wastewater lines, I wouldn't expect them to be either able or at least not easily able to be relocated to the street.
And lastly, Project K, it's a town center PRV. So as I mentioned, there was another area in the southeast portion of the city that commercial properties where we were showing really high pressures. So we are proposing to install a new PRV on bee caves to serve this area. One thing I do want to mention is this. Talking to the city, we don't know, some of these properties might have individual pressure reducing valves on their service lines, which so there isn't an issue if that's the case. We haven't seen any complaints about high pressures, or there's been no main breaks in this area. So we're not sure if this project is needed at this point, which is why we have it lowest on the ranking. So this is something we're still working with the city staff to identify if this is needed, and if not, it can come off completely. Or if they have individual PRVs, it's great. So that's the projects. Just looking next steps after this. So as we mentioned, we want to continue the field investigations and updating the GIS mapping, and along with that, updating the model to make sure it's reflective of the existing system. Continue to explore potential funding sources for these projects. I know that's a topic that we've talked about in the past, so just continuing to do that so we can design and install these projects. And then lastly, as Dale mentioned, just starting that conversation here in the not too distant future with the City of Austin, LCRA, regarding the raw water contract and amending the contract with the City of Austin. And with that, we'll open up to questions.
Thank you. Council, questions?
What do you think would be the most likely potential funding sources? Is there, do y'all have experience with that, working on those kinds of grants or?
Yeah, we
funds,
do.
or who do you go to? Tell me about that.
Yeah, so the Texas Water Development Board is the most common for situations like this, and they provide low interest loans.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a whole lot else out there besides going for the bond package in terms of other grants or whatnot. We just don't feel like the city qualifies for any of those. So the Texas Water Development Board is the best place. I know they have a system where they have a state water plan. If you have a project on those state water plans, you're eligible for those loans. But there's a lot of competition to get on that and to be able to get those loans. So and again, most of these projects aren't high enough priority, I guess, in the realm of other cities, in terms of these aren't critical for Rolling Hills Water System to operate to provide the service. So it's. I don't know if you want to step in.
No, I was just gonna say too, it is also that money, the loans come with strings and the difficulty of going through that, the administrative cost of that. Some cities will opt, even if they qualify or on a list, to not go that way. So you might get a little bit better interest rate, but the expense of all the administrative stuff you have to do along with it starts to eat into that savings you might have. But yeah, I think as Greg said, as far as grants and things goes, we don't foresee a whole lot of opportunities for y'all to get free money for sure. But there is definitely a possibility for the state low interest loans and things like that.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to return to this issue in a minute, but any other questions? CIP? Okay,
We covered all of the Fireflow projects. Didn't we do We did a whole lot of Fireflow projects not too long ago, seems like.
It does seem like.
I was surprised that, I mean, it's like $2.5 million in Fireflow improvement projects.
I would like to note that while I was on council, and I live on one of those cul-de-sacs, but I was always supportive of pushing those off for other projects. But now that I can't vote on them, feel free to. So stay put. I want to. Oh, go ahead. Somebody have it.
Did
Phil.
So when we're talking fire flow, did mandating that you have sprinkler systems on the larger houses being constructed and everything, did that affect the demands on the fire flow? Is that where the
No,
part
we
of
were
now?
upsizing pipes and
Yeah,
making sure that we had the capacity to
to
Yeah.
run the water for those systems,
right, to
Yeah.
have enough water at the fire hydrants.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, it did not. I will say, in my particular instance, at the end of the cul-de-sac, it did have an effect. I didn't have enough fire flow, so I had to actually put a tank in. It's the whole thing, but so not typically did it have an effect, but it did in some instances, I think. So, I'm going to come back before we close out this presentation. I want to pull up, if council will allow me, I'm going to pull up item number 16 because it does directly, I'm actually pull up 3 items. But first, I'm going to pull up 16, discussion and possible action regarding the preparation and submittal of certain applications for monetary support for the Texas Water Development Board. I'm going to ask Ms. Wayman to give us a brief update on some research that she did because it directly relates to the conversation that we just had related to the CIP and related to these state and federal dollars.
There might be someone. It's bringing me back to like junior high band.
Someone
Hand raised.
oh,
John has his hand raised.
Okay, I'm not recognizing anyone right now. I want to first call, and then I'll come back to John. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So I did have some discussions regarding some federal infrastructure money that will be coming down through the Texas Water Development Board. There is a current application period open that I believe closes on March 4th, I want to say, at midnight. I spoke to a gentleman that has some experience in submitting these applications. And he the way he explained it was that it's kind of a 5-year period that this monies are supposed to be flowing through the Texas Water Development Board. We may not likely be on a group or on a list that would make it in the first few years. It wouldn't really be immediate funding likely. His inclination was that at the end of the process, there was going to be more funding than projects. So there's a chance that if we put in our CIP, you can submit 2 applications, one for water, one for wastewater. So we could submit our entire CIP. And then yearly, as we, hopefully knock out projects here and there, we could roll it to the next year with, projects removed that are no longer needed. Obviously he said we wouldn't really be towards the front of the list, but he thought that if we stuck it out, we might be able to get some money in the end. I'm not sure that solves any of our immediate needs. And then there also is kind of a need for, if we're serious about those applications, probably getting the help to file those with some people with experience in receiving those grants. So,
Who was this gentleman?
So I got a call from Ann Howard, our commissioner, and she mentioned that Travis County was interested in helping cities within Travis County and I guess other entities within the county help apply for these grants. And then she gave me the name of someone that she had experienced using that was using to get those applications in. So I talked to him about it. We've likely missed his window. He does also help entities with those kind of applications. We're getting down to the wire if we do want to submit something. But I'm assuming there's probably more people out there that could help with those kind of applications.
Yes, I think there is possibly, and so I think item 16 is here for your discussion. we also have our K-Freeze experts kind of in this realm. If you want to give some authority for us to try to see if there's someone to submit the applications. The point is we wanted to put this on this agenda because the deadline will pass before we all meet again. So if that is something that council is interested in, we will pursue it. If it's not, we're probably going to have to wait. There is likely a cost. So if you do want us to proceed, you may want to put a dollar amount to not go beyond, because would probably have to move pretty quickly to try to get something submitted.
Do we have any idea how much the cost is?
Any recommended dollar amount? Ballpark.
Sort of a willing seller, willing buyer situation. I wouldn't want to spend more than $5,000 on it.
That's kind of where I was at.
When this window closes for all future funding on the March date?
It is for this year's. So if we missed this one, we would basically just be missing the first of the 5 years, and we could, reapply next year.
The only reason I think we might want to consider getting it in, even if it's arguably half-baked, well, first of all, we do have the IIP and the CIP. We actually have a decent body of work that it could look like we
Right.
were really planning for this day to submit, which we were. I mean, if you go back and actually listen to when we approved the CIP and the IIP, it was always with an eye toward federal funding and that sort of thing. So it actually is sort of lining up the way we envisioned. But it would probably be worth it, in my opinion, to try to get something in so that we could go then do a postmortem with the Water Development Board afterwards to say, hey, what did you like? What did you not? How could we improve this for next year? Like if you get something in, then you can go meet with them and they say, well, you didn't score well here. You didn't do this right. And it lets you fine tune it. Am I right or wrong?
No, that's right. It's all competition and trying to get to the top of the list.
Yeah. So, if we don't get it in this year, it's not the end of the world. But if we did, it probably gives us something to build on and work on going forward. Mm-hmm. And also, I do agree with you. Sometimes, if it's just cheap money, it's a lot of times not worth the strings that are attached. If it's the revolving, if it's SWIFT or something like that, it's a good project, a good program. We don't really have the resources to manage a lot of those strings, so it's probably not worth it to us. But with federal money coming down and a lot of it, it's probably at least worth being in line to see what we might could get.
And is this both grants or just loans? Or are there zero cost loans?
I think that's part of the discussion that we need to
Okay.
have is to try to
You don't know for
explore all of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in my mind, we go down this road. We sit with Water Development Board, and then they may say, they may tell us, you shouldn't have applied for that. You should have applied for this. There's, showing up's half the battle, and so if we just get in there, we may find something that we didn't know about.
Okay.
Or we can do nothing. I can argue it round or square.
Well,
But 16 is before you if you want to take an action.
What else relates to this same project?
I'm also
Isn't there
just
another item?
Yeah, just for everyone, and I will go back to Mr. Hinton also. It's my intention to also pull up 15 and 9 while we have K-Freeze here and while it's fresh on your minds.
Okay.
Because those two items do relate to items that we've talked about in the CIP.
Well, I would say we postpone action on item 16 for a bit and bring it back up, giving us a little time to think about it.
That's fine. There won't probably be we can bring it back up, but there won't be anything to submit after we come back.
Well, I'm just, don't know if I'm ready to make a motion.
That's fine.
But I don't want to cut it off. I'd like just a little more time to think.
I think she just means later in the meeting.
Oh, later in the
tonight.
meeting?
Yes, later
Oh.
tonight.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Just wants to talk about the other two projects.
Gotcha,
Thank
gotcha,
you,
gotcha.
thank you for the translation.
Okay.
Hear what John Hinton might have to say.
Yeah, well, that'd be a good idea.
Why don't we table it to the end of the agenda,
Okay,
if you are so mind?
Yeah.
But you'll have to do that.
I move to table item 16 to be recalled, in a bit.
You have a motion before you to postpone to in a bit.
At the approval of the chair.
I love, yeah, that's even better. That's great. You have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. I will call this back up in a bit. Okay, now I'm gonna call up, item number 9, discussion and possible action. Actually,
Yeah.
Mr. Hinton is still, just in case he had something. Does he still have his hand up?
I do.
I'm sorry, I nearly forgot. Yeah, please identify yourself and comment if it was on item number 16. If it's not on 16, I will call you up if you'll just tell us which item you're interested in speaking on.
John Hinton, 2 Jeffrey Cove. I'd like to speak on the matter of financing, number 1, but also the matter of the engineering report.
Okay.
As far as the financing comment, we looked at Water Development Board financing in the prior 2 water projects, bond issues, and the difficulty with the Water Development Board is that if you do a revenue project, you have to have coverage. So you have to raise rates at least 25% to generate coverage over your revenues. If you do a pledge, tax pledge to the Water Development Board, you can participate in their revolving fund, but they pay coverage in order to sell bonds. So you're indirectly paying their coverage plus an additional amount. Anyway, all of these things you've got to look at. I don't know what the answer is today. Your financial advisor also is involved with these types of applications and so forth. So you might want to check in with them also. They would work, I think, on a contingent basis based on their contract. So anyway, that's just my comment on that. On the question of that I had with the engineer, 2 Jeffrey Cove, of course, is a cul-de-sac, and we were in the last bond issue. We were placed on a higher priority basis for 2 reasons. One, we have a 2-inch line, and secondly, because there's benefits to connect Jeffrey Cove with Randolph Place, another cul-de-sac, which would generate a loop. And that was generated benefits in the water model to do that. And so I was wondering if you had considered that for the Jeffrey Cove cul-de-sac.
In terms of connecting it to Randolph Place, we had not, just because we were trying to avoid any water lines through backyards. But we do agree, that does create an additional loop, which would be a benefit. It's certainly something we could look at.
There's no backyard line. There is a drainage easement that connects all of our water, our rainwater flows down Jeffrey Cove into a culvert that connects to Randolph Place. And then that runoff continues down Randolph Place.
Okay. Yeah, we could definitely look at that.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely
Well, I would appreciate y'all looking at this. What happened, we were in the bond issue. We had the funds borrowed to do this project. But a subsequent council decided to divert those funds to other projects, and we got cut off. So I would appreciate it. And that was, I don't know, 2012 or whatever it was, a long time ago. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hinton. Thanks for sticking with us through that discussion, and we'll be glad to follow up with K Freeze if you guys will take a look at that.
Gladly.
Okay. All right. So now I'm going to call up item number 9: discussion and possible action on a proposal from Crossroads to replace the broken pressure relief valve at Hatley and Almerian. If you would, I know we've talked a lot about PRVs and pressure planes. Just give us a quick recap of what this is and where it was in your CIP.
Too far.
So I'll give it a quick start, but there's an existing PRV vault that should be serving as backup supply if there's any pressure problems on the downstream side. So the low pressure plane in the red area should be, on a normal day, just be served by our connection to the city of Austin on Riley. And if that delivery, for whatever reason, the pressure dropped, got cut off, there's a main break on the Austin side, this PRV would automatically open and supply our downstream area. So on a daily basis, it's not needed, but it is a primary backup to how our system operates and allows for that to keep working if there's an issue. So as Greg mentioned, that was kind of the main problem of why we were serving the low pressure plane with high pressure plane water. Was some valves were open and that PRV wasn't operating and was directly contributing to the high pressures that we were seeing in the low pressure plane. So that's been taken care of and isolated, but we have lost that backup supply point. And ultimately we need this to create that blue pressure plane that's on the screen. The exact same valve will be used, just the piping that comes out of it will be rerouted to connect to the other side of a valve. But we do need this ultimately to actually work on a daily basis. So it makes a lot of sense for us to go ahead and get that thing working and have it as our backup now.
And can you describe the workaround, how we've done the workaround for now?
For now, I think it's just closed valves. We just literally totally close the pipes off. There's no water that could go through that PRV anymore. It's just totally separated now. So there's just the loss of the backup situation.
So, council, the good news, bad news. The good news is, we've found one of the potential problems that was causing some of our problems on Vale and Vance.
I'm sorry, I did not hear that clearly.
The good news is that we've located this problem and we have it isolated. The bad news is it's going to cost an estimated $26,000. The other bad news is it's been great. The CIP process has been really helpful, but it's also been a little bit of a pulling a string, and it just continues to unravel. I'm going to ask council to take no action on this item tonight, and I'll just give you a brief explanation, and that is because we're pulling on that string through the CIP and the water breaks on Vale and Vance and kind of a host of other things, we are over budget with Crossroads significantly. We're working on that. We're going to bring a solution to council here in short order, but I don't think it's appropriate to ask you to spend these dollars tonight until we get a better sense of exactly where we're going, big picture, and come with some ideas on how to do some budget adjustments here and there. So I wanted you to have a good, clear understanding of what this particular problem is that we definitely need to fix. And it does need to be fixed, but I don't think it's an emergency now because we've got it isolated to warrant an expenditure in 9 when we're still trying to get our arms around some of the other expenditures that we've already had to experience related to our various emergencies and water line breaks and that sort of thing. So I'll ask Ashley to fill in any gaps that I've missed there, but.
Nope, you covered it. I guess I will actually, though, mention about this quote. This quote is worst case scenario from Crossroads. That's if they get in there and they have to replace every single thing and there's nothing that can be rehabbed. And I also don't know how it fits in with this, if they are, just fixing the valve as it stands, or if it would go into this rerouting to create that pressure
I think they're
plane.
just fixing it as it stands.
Right, and then that would make sense why it's not, not the full amount. But they did say perfect situation. It wouldn't be 26,000, probably closer to 18 or 19,000. The valve itself is $10,000, basically to fix. So this is worst case, and obviously no action tonight. But
Well, talking about trying to coordinate the two things, it seems like it doesn't make much sense to do this little piece here and then later have to come and do the other piece. If we
Right.
can do it all at once, it seems like that would be a more efficient use of our
I
dollars.
agree. And part of that's my fault, but I did tell Ashley to put this on the agenda immediately following an earlier meeting that we had where I got introduced to pressure planes and PRVs, and did not fully recognize that particular problem had been isolated to some extent. So I think it's a good discussion, and I do plan to bring back a variety of issues. And Crossroads has been great. Had a hour-long conversation with them today. They're a good partner. They're gonna help us manage some of these costs. But until we have an opportunity to bring you kind of a fully baked plan, I'd like to push pause on all of these. So unless I hear a dissent on 9, I will assume that there's no action to be taken on 9, and we will move on. And it will be, some version of it will be back. And with that, now we'll pull up item number 15, which is update, discussion, and possible action regarding a scope of services for the Vancevale and Bettis water lines replacement. And I would ask Ms. Wayman to give us a little bit of an update. Again, all is sort of related to PRVs and pressure planes, but if you would visit with us.
Sure. This is on the agenda because I believe 2 meetings ago at the December meeting, it was tabled time certain to this meeting. We've obviously, we talked about the subsurface utility locates. We're working with Crossroads to get those quoted, and we worked with K-Freeze also to get locations that would best support that project. But other than that, no real updates, and just bringing it back as promised.
And it's timely in that, again, item number A, which is on the CIP, is essentially this project. It's this item. It's just on this agenda individually because we did postpone it to a time certain, that being this meeting. So it's all kind of come together in a timely fashion, but that's why 15 is here. We now know, if you'll scroll back to item number A, go to keep going. Yeah, there you go. 887 is the estimated amount that this would cost. So we don't have 887 today. So, just spoiler alert.
Well, but what's on that doesn't match what's on.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, that 887 is a reduced scope from what that was, just because we don't know the
You're right.
material, so
Right.
that would actually be quite a bit more expensive.
Yeah,
Yes.
so it depends on if those pieces in Vale did get replaced or not.
Right.
If they did get replaced, then the 87 should be in the ballpark, and if they do need to get replaced, then it goes back to the.
I'm not sure what pieces you're talking about. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. No.
I have this picture as
Yeah.
compared to that picture.
Right.
What
So
are you gonna do, or what are you
So-
planning to do?
That picture showed a lot more happening, right? So this is
It
now we're
shows-
only showing this black and
it
this little piece
shows-
instead of all this
It
and this.
doesn't have it has
This
Vance,
and all
it
the way
goes
down.
all the way down Vale,
Mhm.
it has Bettis, and it has part of Pickwick.
That's right.
So what's changed now?
What's changed is there's been some discussion about whether a big portion of those water lines in that original scope and fee have already been replaced. So if those have been replaced, there's no need to go back and replace them.
Okay,
So based on the information we have, this project, let me go back to our project A, those 2 solid black lines, based on the information we have, are older, smaller diameter lines.
We're positive those 2 spots need to get replaced. is whether or not the rest of the red that you just showed.
Okay, so and the 887,000 is
Is
just
just
just what's in this new CIP.
Correct. And I do want to mention that I did I think I mentioned this earlier, that does include abandoning this backyard water line. So that's a portion of the cost as well.
That could come out if you're trying, I don't remember if you have it, like, roughly about what that might save on it, because is that really getting any services on that too?
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to reduce it a ton. It'd probably be about $100,000 reduced off of that, not to abandon that water line as well
Okay,
and move the services.
why would you abandon it versus not abandon it?
Because it's one of those lines that's hard to access for city staff. So if there's a main break on that line, they don't have a way to isolate it, and it's difficult for them to access it in order to shut it down.
But if it's abandoned,
So as far as we know, it's in service.
Maybe it's what abandoned means. Does abandoned mean leave it in place, or does abandoned mean?
You would cut and cap it so no water
Turn it
flows
out.
through it.
Relocate any services
Okay.
that you can relocate.
Okay.
Correct.
And so so the goal is
Okay.
for your meter readers that don't have to go in backyards to read meters anymore, for your operations staff that has to go out there and try to find valves that are buried in somebody's backyard when there's a main break. So that's been a big problem I've had when there's been main breaks on Vance, is isolating.
That's why they.
Everything's working well.
Yeah.
We should be able to isolate
Maybe
one
here's
block, not half the city.
Yeah, that's been the issue, and a lot of the complaints that we've all heard is because they don't know where those valves are. They have to turn off a huge swath of the city because they can't find valves. They can't find the valves, and so
they don't know whether they're in the back or the front, or they
They
don't
know
know.
they're in the back, but they're in people's backyards who have landscaped over things and done grading and buried them, and they've gone back with metal
Okay.
detectors and all dug around. I mean, your all staff has been out there hand digging, trying to find things.
our public works staff is passionate about the
Yeah.
abandonment of that particular backyard line.
And it's a 2-inch diameter old line that
And
probably shouldn't be there.
there's a good service line, you think, in Vale, in the street.
We believe so.
Okay, all right, now I got it.
Can I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, can I just stand here?
Oh no! Oh, come on. So we can record it for.
Okay.
So,
let me get-
Shanti, because there would be a hole in our record if you weren't.
Thank you. Shanti Jaikumar, 3309 Park Hills Drive. And I'm going to ask on Roxanne as well as Sarah, because we all served together on the council when we did a lot of water projects. And if you recall, when Buzzy Woodward built those 2 big houses on Hatley, there was this little water line that's shown there in dots that was removed, and he connected. We put in a bigger line on Hatley, a 6-inch line. I don't know what your blue line stands for.
That's exactly right, 6-inch line.
Okay, because this map that I have,
It should be
from-
green.
it
Depends
should
on
be,
the-
I have it as green.
Yeah, green. Sorry.
It's green. Okay, right here, this one. And then later on, we connected it all the way up to Riley. Okay, so all those 2 brand new houses there are connected to, in fact, this was put in so they could have that connection and not have to be. Do you recall some of that? If I look through some of my records, I think I have, you remember we used to have little pieces of paper with each project that LNV gave us, which outlined, just like what Brooke was showing just now. That, I think we have done those. And I
You
think we
think
have
that we've done
replaced those lines.
all those backyard lines?
Those, we replaced a lot of backyard lines, remember?
We did, but we had a lot to replace, so I can't say.
Or they
I
disconnected
thought
it.
that we had replaced the whole line on Vale.
On Vale.
Yeah,
Well, I know that we did part of it, but I don't know that we got all of them.
you know, that's why it's so frustrating.
But
Where
I
are the
thought that
as-built?
The line in the street was all replaced. Anyway, because
can't
there was a
say.
big discussion about that, because that was one of the roads that
Yeah,
they wanted to repave. But
exactly.
we kept going, we need to do the
We
water
need to do
project
the paving,
first.
yeah, right. So I can try dig through my
We're all ears.
because I don't get rid of anything.
Yeah, we're all ears. And as we said earlier, K Freeze has looked at all of the as-built that we could find. Crossroads has looked. It's been a very good collaborative effort to try to locate all of this.
Everyone's new. We're new. Crossroads is new. Most of your staff is new.
Right.
All right.
Yeah. So we need you. is
Just
what we're
like the
saying.
water lines. Some of them never-
Anything you can find, we're.
Honestly,
Well, I
I
tell you,
really think we
we
did
talked to Jackie
a
Bob
lot
and
of those
we
lines,
talked to,
okay?
um,
And,
Jackie Bob and
I mean,
Frank.
we were all on
Frank,
council together at the time when we
Yeah.
it was
had
Kenny?
one issue
no,
for the
no.
water lines
Public Works.
and
It
for the
worked
streets, with
yeah.
1.9 for the streets and
Eli?
900 or 800 and something for the water lines.
He
And,
knows where the valves
I mean,
are.
and John knows that
They
too.
know
Okay, we were all,
which back
Yeah.
I mean, you
lines,
know,
if there's any,
crossing.
'cause I-
And we're also, as we said earlier too, Ashley and I, we're actively working with Crossroads to do. They've already given us locations for a couple of the underground locates, and we're gonna have them go down and just take a physically take a look at the lines and see.
I also recall that back line on Veris.
Well, I mean, if it's possible, I think talking to Jackie Bob
Yeah,
and Eli would be very helpful.
he knew it like the back of his hand.
They knew
Like
about
Bob did.
which
And
parts
kept
of
it all
town
in
they
his
had to
head,
go
apparently.
to close which valves.
They dug up those things.
Yeah, no, that's great. It'd be awesome if they wrote it down.
Yeah. Well, thanks for listening. See if I can help, I don't know.
No, we would we'd be
Yeah,
honored.
I just reiterate, these projects are based on the information we have, so if new information comes to light, these could be modified and adjusted as needed.
We
to-
certainly aren't here to recommend you replace lines that are 10 years old. It's not our goal.
And thank you for answering the questions.
Of course.
Okay, so that was a deep dive on 15. Again, it's before you from a previously scheduled meeting. If there is action, I'm open to entertaining that motion now. If not, we'll move on from item number 15. Is there a motion? Going once, going twice. With that, we will close item number 15. And we will go back to our presentation item, which started all of this discussion. Item number 3, which was the presentation of the CIP. Again, guys, thank you for all of your hard work. This is a,
Because I want to listen.
what's that? Oh, sorry. Was it? This is a very important project, and we look forward to working with you on it. If you would, I know that there were a few, I think, mistakes there. If you would get those cleaned up. Is there any other direction that council has for K-Freeze regarding the CIP? Anything that you'd like to see differently? What I would like them to do is take any of your comments, incorporate that, get the few edits that you need to make, and then get us a finalized product so that we can take it back to one of our work sessions like we had earlier in the evening, because we do want to fully share all of this information and explain it the best we can to residents of Rolling Woods so that they have a real firm grasp of what some of these big ticket projects are that we'll potentially be asking them to help fund in the coming year or so.
And I would like to ask them to include John Hinton's question. And
Happy to do that if you would
that's appropriate.
take a look at that, and if you need further clarification, you can get with Ashley and she can.
It's pretty straightforward.
Okay, anything else for K-Freeze on the CIP? All right, we'll look forward to the finalized product. It looks like you're about done, and
Thank you.
thanks,
Thank
guys.
y'all very much.
Appreciate it. With that, we'll move on to item number 4, presentation of GIS mapping tool with WSB Engineering, and recognize Jay Kennedy. Hey, Jay, how are you?
I'm good, Mayor, members of the council, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here in person, which I appreciate. You've got a number of you are new since I was brought on board to help the city establish a GIS system. So obviously welcome and congratulations on being part of the council. We started this about a year ago, I think it was. It's hard to believe how fast time goes by. And what I'm gonna talk about a little bit here tonight is a little bit of background of kind of why we were, at least my understanding of why we started the project that we did. I don't think it's, based on the previous discussion, there's a lot about records and how we track where things are, and I think that was a big impetus. Then what we've been able to accomplish, and then some thoughts moving forward. There was talk about how do you maintain a system? How do you build on that system? Because this is not by any means a completed, you've got every single thing, every record in there. Not at all. But we've come a long ways since a year ago. So really last year, the question that was asked is, where do we have easements? That was kind of how we started. We have all these easements out there, and there's documents over in some filing cabinet here, and maybe somebody's got a CAD map over there, but none of it was really all in one central location. And so when we started this effort, we were able to obtain a number of documents that the city had. We were able to take those. We were able to draw those in, and thank you, Carrie. Appreciate that. We were able to draw those in physically into the map. And then we were able to attach those easement documents to the GIS system. So if you select a specific easement within the system, in there you can then pull up a PDF of the actual easement document. So rather than having to go through a file, you can, click of a button, you've got this. It can be printed, it can be emailed, you can do whatever you want to with it. Okay, so that
Let me
we've
ask.
so we've to date drawn in 400 easements in the city. It is, I will pretty much guarantee you that's not all the easements that you have, but a year ago we had none of them mapped, and now we've got 400 of them. They're color coded based on the type of easement they are, whether it's drainage, whether it could be a water main easement, it could be an electric easement. There's a number of different types, and so we classified them. And what the GIS system does, really, it's a database, and we just map the database, right? That's really all we're doing, versus just a static map. And that's what allows us to put attributes in there like the size of a water main, like an easement document, as you saw there. It can also allow us to map the pressure planes that you were talking about earlier, and that is one of the things we did map. Okay, so following the easements, there was additional interest of, okay, well, how do we get our water maps and our sewer maps in there? And those were, for the most part, in CAD. And so we were able to obtain some of that information from LNV. We got some of the information from the K-Freeze team, and we were able to then put that into and convert that to a GIS coverage, if you will. And so now that has the start of those attributes. Okay, so now we've got the size of the pipe based on the best records that we could find. Again, right? I mean, we're using what you have, and then from there, you can improve it. We were able to also, and you talked about this earlier, I think there's the abandoned water mains, and I think that was an area where we were able to find, I think that project was about 10 years ago or something, 2010, 2012 is what I remember. And with those particular items, we were able to attach documents to those abandoned mains because you did have some documentation from that project. Okay, for the most part, there was not a lot of that though. Okay, so that's where we were able to attach that, so you have that now into the system. A few other items to point out are items we did not add. We were able to obtain those because it's data that's available. Sometimes it's the city of Austin, in some cases, that has that data, like the parcels and the floodplains.
One
Yes, sir.
second, I think we
Yes,
may
sir.
have a council question.
Thank you.
She's gonna say, we got the abandonment, yeah.
Backyard line, and there's the document.
I assumed that you guys were looking at the GIS though, right?
I mean, it was all coming on at the same time, so I think we gave them info, and we have the same info, right? That line.
I believe so. I mean, this was
I don't know if I
added, this was
touched
one of
that
the
or not.
later things.
Mhm.
This was one of the later things that got added.
It is, but K-Freeze obtained the L&B water abandonment files when we application from LNP. So they've got all those records.
But I mean, do they reflect that all the backyard lines were capped off and were moved on Vale?
No, I think
The
it just
abandoned
confirms
water
that.
main.
I'm sorry,
I think it just confirms that there is the backyard line there. It's
Well, it hadn't abandoned, but it was when she
We don't-
pulled up the abandonment overlay. So Brooke is correct.
Well, needless to say, those are documents that can be reviewed,
Yeah.
and hopefully those are documents that are helpful to what you're trying to do.
and we
with
can
this.
yeah. And we,
It's getting tired.
Refresh the page.
all right, keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, yes, sir, thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
So what I was talking about are some of the data that will update itself, are things like the parcel data, the floodplains, that data is maintained by other agencies, and we have access to it as a city. You have access to that data. And so that data, if somebody moves and the ownership changes, eventually that'll get caught up in your system. So you're not obligated to maintain property transfers and things of that nature, right? The other is the contour maps, which are elevation data. That is not something we created. That is data you have access to. The created data are the easements, your own utility systems, things of that nature, where we're compiling your records, digitizing that data, and in some cases attaching those documents then to that particular map. I don't know, Carrie, if there's anything else on there that's might be worth highlighting. I just think, I guess what I would say to the council is, a year ago you had really no GIS system, or very little. It was limited. And over the past year, through a collection of a number of people contributing information and data, we've been able to give you a really good start and really take the system forward. There are some things that I can talk about here in a minute, but I can pause here if there's questions about how we got to where we are. Happy to answer those, and then I can talk about things you might consider in the future. Yes, ma'am.
On easements, are you using that term to include the platted public utility easements?
Councilmember Brown, yes.
Any other questions from? I have one or two. Does council have questions? Ownership. Talk to us about ownership of
the data.
Of the data.
The city owns the data. The city has access to, this is not a proprietary software that I'm selling you or that we're selling you or anybody else.
And we grilled you pretty firmly when
Yes, we had
when we brought you.
a very good discussion about that, Mayor. Your recollection is absolutely correct. This is through an Esri product or worldwide GIS software provider. This is ArcGIS Online. We helped set it up. You do have some license fees related to that you pay Esri to have that, and it's based on how many users you have, frankly. I mean, that's how it works. And we're able to use it because we're acting on your behalf to set the system up. But you own all of it. It's all cloud hosted. We are not hosting the data for you. It is all something that you have full access to.
About this is about like system and like coming up with how are we gonna maintain the data going forward? Like who does that? If we find things, because I'm just thinking in my mind, we were just talking about no one knows where the valves are. Well, if someone does dig and finds with valve, why can't they just mark, okay, the valve's here, so that we know next time that where to find it, and it shows up in one of these layers or something. So it seems like we might need, I don't know how all that would work, if it's even possible to do that, but I can see some cases where we'd want some people here to be able to like modify the data, but then maybe other things we'd rather have you modify the data possibly, or some other third party. How do you see that working, I guess?
I'd like to hear your answer, and then this is the one Carrie is passionate about too, so
Okay.
we'll give her
I'll have one, if I could.
yeah, we will. But go ahead.
And are there protocols for these things, for this
Sure.
kind of?
Mayor and
work.
council, I wish I could say there's one way to do it, but there's not, because it depends, and I'll tell you what it depends on. I've worked with cities that have their own GIS staff.
Right.
And so they have a person who knows how to manipulate the software, they know how to do the work. And if they need something once in a while, maybe we help that individual out, give them some, technical support. But then they're working internally with the other teams within the city to maintain and update that data, okay? And then the other end of it is fully turnkey, where you hire us or somebody else that can work with the database and say, we're gonna continue to give you updates. Somebody's maybe hand drawing something, or however they come up with that data, it can be provided periodically. It's good to build up some changes and then say, here, we got 12 things we want you to do. Because once they're going on it, it's actually a pretty fast, it's not like days on end to update, once you get it established. And then there's everything in between. In an ideal setting, what I found works the best is if we can help from a technical support standpoint, but empower staff people with the tools they need to update it in a really effective way. In some cases, you might invest in a GPS unit, because there's a lot of times you can update that real time in the field. If you have a unit, you could, oh, hey, here's this valve. I'm gonna take a GPS shot and it goes right into the system. Or you just draw it on paper. It just depends on what you wanna do and how much you wanna invest in it.
Push pause for a moment. I'd like to hear from Carrie. Ms. Kaler?
Good evening, everybody. So we talked about this at length when we had contracted with Emmy Simpson to come in and do GIS locating. And one process that we discussed internally was, when those discrepancies are found, taking a photo with your location services on, with your city photo, making note of it, then you have the GPS coordinates. We have a bi-weekly meeting with our engineering firm currently, and we have set up a quarterly meeting schedule within that to meet with K-Freeze and Crossroads, so that when those discrepancies are found, we can put all those together and provide it to the engineers to add to the system.
That's fine.
Thank you, Ms. Kaler. And so I'll just add, so a combination of what Carrie just said and what we've just heard described, and then my rant earlier to K-Freeze. So some version of all three of those things is, I think, where we're going to land. But we have to make it part of our daily operation around here to do this type of updating, so that we're always getting better and more efficient. And we have kind of a, Ms. Wayman and I kind of have a rolling list that we're working on of check boxes that we're always constantly going to be taking a look at, and this is one of the things on them. Like, how does our system address constant and periodic and continual updates of our GIS maps and systems? So.
And I think one more thing about that is revision control. Trying to if we have people making changes, can we go back to older versions?
Right.
Might be useful, because I could see, I accidentally dragged that line off. Dang, how do we go back to the? How do I undo?
Yeah, we have to be careful with it. I mean, it has to be controlled.
There might be something built into the software that lets you mark revisions. I don't know, but
right. I mean, anytime I've worked on these systems, I've worked on a lot of CAD systems. It's very important to basically have multiple versions, because quite often, well, for one thing, files sometimes just get corrupted just because they're electronic. So to be able to go back, a week before, where, that type of thing. But also, to your point, sometimes erroneous data gets put in because you were on the wrong street and you marked up the wrong street.
Or Google Maps is
did
wrong.
something like that, right? And then being able to go back, a few days, a week, or whatever, but keep those continuous versions so that so you don't just have your current version and that's the only version you've got. You've got to be able to unwind from that always.
Jay, can you speak to that?
Mayor, yes, sir. The data itself is backed up, and so there is a way to go back to
Okay.
where it was. I think, over time, if you try to somehow separate a version from this month, and it could start to get kind of unwieldy, but
Sure.
I think it depends on how far you want to go back.
Right.
But I think being able to at least, if you've come up with an error or something catastrophic happens, the data is backed up so that we can get back to the
So
version
are we
that
able
have.
to set the time periods that the automatic backups occur, like daily or weekly or whatever that increment is, and then how many we keep, that type of thing?
I don't know that right offhand. I
Okay.
could find that out.
Okay.
And that's one of the, sort of to your point, the item on our list too is about probably like a, maybe annually, maybe twice annually backup. That's maybe even, I'd like to explore whether we could do that on a hard drive or something like that could be stored on site as opposed to in the cloud. But that's just my black helicopter coming out. So.
One other concern, and that is, do you also store the original document from which that was created? Because depending on legal requirements or ordinance requirements, it may be the original document versus this GI map that is the controlling document.
No, that's a great question that I don't know the answer to. What have we done with all the original documents?
The original documents are still in the possession of the city.
Got it.
Frankly, I think Carrie spent an awful lot of time scanning, and so you still have the paper. We have the scanned versions that were really uploaded, and then we've attached them.
Yeah, but
probably have-
I'm just saying as a matter of process going
Right.
forward, because statute may
Sure.
require, a deed recorded in the Travis County Clerk's office
Right.
versus what's shown on a GIS map. So this is just a representation of what is known. It's not an original, it's
Yeah.
not.
I understand.
It is not the official document. I think we have the same question coming up with the zoning map.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I
We need to
understand.
I don't know what.
My guess is that Carrie has a better sense of where all of these documents are today than
Well,
has existed.
it's not where they are. It's a matter of process
I
going
get it.
forward.
It's possession. I
That we can't substitute this for
understand.
the originals.
So maybe it seems what you're describing is making sure we have some sort of disclaimer associated with this that says these cannot be these cannot be used for the official documents, that those are located with the
Well,
city or something.
I don't know if you need a disclaimer or not. You need the original document, and we need a filing system for it. We can't not continue to do what is required by law.
So we have the original documents, and they're stored on the shared drive, the ones that we have, the ones that are, imported, like these topo maps that are public are public. But I see this as a working reference tool for staff, so I can go in and click that and pull that document up. It doesn't supersede, and this is not to be public. These are internal. This is not something where we're going to give the whole world our account login where everybody can go in and see all of these. It's important that this be kept private for security and safety reasons because it's got the infrastructure included in it. So this is really a tool for staff as a reference tool.
I think we need to, I'm not sure we can be so clean cut about that, but it's something to work through. For example, if the city wants to use this map and whatever documentation sits behind it to say that that the city has an easement across Alec's yard, Alec needs to be able to see what the city is using to be able to address that concern, you know. And the information going into it isn't private information. It's a public record like a plat. And, you know, all the plats will have, as each building permit gets issued, that information would go in here because that's, well, I'm not sure a building permit, but any platting changes would be public information because plat's still required to be filed publicly. So it's not, you can't call it a private document. You might be able to call.
System's private.
Yeah. Especially if
Mayor-
you're gonna use it for city business too.
Mayor, member, if I'm. if
Yes.
I might,
Okay.
and members of the council,
Sure.
and really what we're talking about for the most part are easements. And those, we're using documents that were in a file. If a question ever comes up, there's no replacement for title, doing a good title search and going to the county and getting the actual documents. This is, as we've been talking about, a tool to say, hey, we think there's an easement.
Right.
That's what it's for.
Yeah.
All right. Other questions for Mr. Kennedy? So we're essentially done with what you were originally brought on for. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does K-Freeze now have access? So at what point, where's the handoff?
If it hasn't already been done, it can be. It's
Okay.
just a matter of dealing with the licenses.
Okay.
And I think at minimum, if you're gonna ask them to maintain the system moving forward, I think we'd wanna spend some time at least going through how it's set up and the logic behind how it got put together, as opposed to just saying, here you go.
Okay. Or we can continue to work with you.
Yes, sir.
You all to update it. All right. We'll sit with staff and give some thought to that. And I don't know that I'm passionate one way or the other. We are working though on a daily basis with K-Freeze on, a variety of issues. So, and maybe it's a quarterly. Maybe we do compile and collect and then get with you on a monthly or quarterly basis to do the actual updates. I don't know.
Yeah, we'd be happy to do that, and we'll strategize with the staff, and what we want is whatever's gonna be the most efficient for the city, and if that is us helping out, we'd appreciate the opportunity. If it's something different, then that's what we want for the city, so, we're gonna act and make recommendations that are in your best interest.
Okay. And you are available to help train our staff on how to do the updates and do some of that as well.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know that we'll ever want to ride the bike without the training wheels, but we might at least want to see if we're capable or able, especially as we bring new staff in.
Mayor, I can tell you that our GIS technicians would start sweating if I started talking about how I could go in there and start changing things.
Right.
I leave it to them.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your work thus far, and we look forward to continuing to work with you in some capacity going forward. So,
Mayor and council, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. That will close agenda item number 4 and move on to the consent agenda. Happy to have a motion if there is one.
I'll move adoption of the consent agenda.
You have a motion. Is there a second? Second. You have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to agenda item number 8. It's somewhat of a little bit of a continuation of our last discussion. Discussion and possible action regarding the status of the city's official zoning map, including incorporation of the action by the council on September 16th, 2020 to reflect 6 Pleasant Cove within the residential zone. I believe in your packets, members, you have the most recent, latest, and greatest. Ms. Kaler, will you step back up?
Like them showing up here, let me know. I'm gonna put Zoom back up so we can see who has their hands up, but if y'all would like any more documents pulled up, just let us know and we'll do that.
Thank you.
Are you sure that's what you want to do, Ashley?
So, yeah.
We could all wave at Kevin. Hi.
Is Kevin the only person watching this?
John
Ah.
Hinton.
Oh.
John left his remote control in charge. Said I'll be back. Okay. So you have what, to our knowledge, is the I will say this is a far better map than I've seen in the past. I always base mine on whether or not the cul-de-sac and the road, my road, or the road in which I live, South Crest, is drawn correctly, and it is correct on this one, which is my first indication that this is a much better map. That said, there were a few items my original plan was to put this on a consent agenda for you to adopt in an up or down fashion this evening, because I do think this is, in my opinion, calling balls and strikes. It's either right or it's not. And if it's right, you adopt it, and if it's not, you don't. There were a few questions that I had on it that I've asked staff to look into. They're probably correct, but it was just based on my previous knowledge of the way some things were zoned, and I want to do a little bit more work on it. And I want council, now that you have it in your possession, to take a close look at it and see if you see any issues or problems that we need to research. But to the best of our knowledge, this is the updated, correct version, and I think this version came from all the work, the GIS work that we've just had a presentation on, from a variety of sources that were all compiled into this. Have I gotten close to in the ballpark of how this came to be, Ms. Kaler?
Yes. So staff provided the 2014 zoning map and the 2018 zoning map to WSB. They input those. We double checked that 6 Pleasant Cove, that is marked residential. It is. And to the best of staff's knowledge and engineers' knowledge, this is the best record we have. I think it's right. If there's something that you see that you have a question on that requires a deeper dive, that may involve some title work and some going back in the minutes on my side, but we'll do that. It'll just take a little bit more.
We'll do our dead level best, and I have had conversations with our city attorney, and just of note, it is important that we adopt this map. We've all talked about it. I think I agree wholeheartedly with that need. But based on council, and I'll let him jump in if he so desires, even an action of adopting this map, to Ms. Brown's earlier point, the original prevailing document that created whatever is reflected on this map is what actually would control. So we're going to do our best to...
Not according to our ordinance. What will control is what you put your signature on, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I would say that that under the law you have the law is very clear that In order to rezone or zone a piece of property, you have to follow the statutory procedures. So even if you put your name on a zoning map, if we sign a zoning map, and it is determined in the future that the appropriate process was not followed to come up with that zoning designation, then it's not going to be a valid designation. Zoning that is not done in compliance with the law is void. And so one of two things will happen. Either it's zoned the way it was established through the historical records of the ordinances, or it wasn't zoned, in which case there's no zoning. So that's just the caveat.
All of that said, though, to the original point, we believe that this is all correct, and so, yes, ma'am.
I have a couple of things that I've marked. I think Alex had.
Oh, no,
his
yeah, no, you
hand
go
up.
first.
That where the blue on my printout is extending beyond the city boundary. And then there are a couple of properties that are either C1 or C2 on one map, and the different marking on this map. And I don't know, you know, there's no, I don't know.
So let's take them one at a time. So the first
Okay.
one that you're mentioning, and this is exactly how I was hoping this would go. So this is good. So I want us to be very clear for the record, so that when we go back and listen, we'll know exactly what we're researching. So the first one I think that you're mentioning is 3003 BK Road. Is that correct?
My map that I marked up compared to the other two, the 2014 and 2018, is this big, so.
Oh, I
can't-
see. I got you.
If I can show you,
Actually, hold on. If you'll pull it up and blow it up.
or if y'all know how to, if y'all can draw a circle on this.
It looks like it's 3003.
Yeah, it's 3003.
I've blown it up on my screen, so I'm hoping that I'm correct.
So, those two properties are questionable. I'm questioning whether they're correctly shown as C1 and C2. Okay. And then.
Okay, hold on. So one at a time. So do I have a confirmation that we're first talking about 3003 BK Road?
That's one of them.
Okay, great. Next.
This 1015 BK Road,
Okay, and what's the question on that one?
it's shown now as a PUD. I'm sorry. It's shown as PUD, and on the other map, the 2014, it's shown as Hospital District. That little triangle.
Okay. So we have a.
And
Hold on.
3103 BK on one of the other maps is the same as 3101, and now it's different. And then
Okay, so hold on. So we'll look at 3103 and 3101 and try to find out how the differences were adjusted based on the previous 2014 version.
I don't know which one's official.
I know, that's what we're going to try to figure out. But yes, so there's a discrepancy in an old map in those two
Sure.
locations. Got it? Okay, next.
You got the 1015 BK?
Yes, ma'am. And we're looking at 1015 Bee Caves Woods, and what do we believe the issue may be there? A discrepancy from a previous map?
Same as 3003 on the prior maps, and now it's shown as different.
Okay, prior map showed it, the
It's
zone
Hospital.
the same as 3003, and now it's different. How did we adjust that difference? Got it? Okay, next.
This little triangle next to the abandoned South Crest
Yes.
is shown as residential. It's not been shown separately from in the prior maps.
Got it. We will look at 4914 and find out if that pie shape is really not connected to 4914. I will say that. Okay, go ahead. Actually, I see.
There's another little chunk.
Actually, I see a mistake also. No, I don't actually. That other pie shape is mine, just FYI.
And it looks like there's a boundary line here on 2900 BK. I think that is Eames Creek, but I don't know who owns it or how it should be zoned.
It is Eames Creek, and I think there may be a problem here because I have seen a previous map that actually has Southcrest Drive.
Going all the way.
So I've seen a version that where Southcrest Drive was originally intended to marry back up to Bee Caves Road, and so there may be something in that.
This may have been either a prior public road and abandoned or not abandoned.
Yes. So we'll take a closer look at that.
And then on the far edge,
And I'll just, for the record, while we're at it, the property that is owned by the city that directly abuts 2800 through 2814, we are. First of all, there's no address there. We need to consider having an address, and then we also need to look and see if it's zoned correctly. That was the one I had.
what we have in our packet shows 2608 Delana as park.
And so that has been changed. I did a deep dive on that one, and that is PUD. It is dedicated to the city as parkland, but it was never rezoned. It is zoned PUD.
Okay, so this is different than what we have in our packet.
I think we updated the one in the packet. Packet from today.
Was updated. What do you know when you printed it?
No.
I don't remember updating it in the packet the second time, but.
I mean,
I think we did, because we did get another version, like Friday night or Saturday morning, because that's the one. It was that one and the South Crest that I was looking into. I'm 100% on Delano Lane that is zoned PUD. It is dedicated parkland in the PUD agreement. And then Edge Grove, while that strip is owned by the city, I've done a pretty good dive on that, and it appears to be owned by the city but commercially zoned.
I've seen it marked commercially.
And it's marked commercially zoned right now.
And then there's this little area here that has no zoning, and the purple that goes into the street.
I believe the purple goes to the TxDOT right away, but we can check that. There's that. We'll double check the boundaries on that, and that triangular parcel probably is not zoned, but I will double check that.
So that's looking at 900 at
The
the
little
yeah.
triangle piece doesn't show up as Rollingwood property.
It's that little strip off of the kind of where the church is back in
Prior
there.
map showed
Alright.
that the property line consistent with the 900 Mopac property.
So we'll double check that piece.
For the record, that last discussion was around the address of 900 Mopac Expressway and the what seems to be an unzoned triangle adjacent to it,
And whether or not the boundary line is correct.
and whether or not that boundary line goes all the way to TxDOT right of way.
Not, that's this purple slice here,
Yes,
this piece, the little nub,
right. Got it.
doesn't show us within the boundaries on other maps.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you for all those.
And I have one other comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Our ordinance says that it's the responsibility of the city secretary to deliver to a licensed surveyor any change in zoning or zoning district. And then the licensed surveyor shall modify it and note the date of the revision. So there's a process in the ordinance where a surveyor has to seal whatever is the map, and then the mayor seals the map. So I don't know whether this has gone through that kind of review with a licensed surveyor, or whether I don't know what state law requires in terms of formal requirements for a zoning map, or whether we change the ordinance. I'm just pointing out that what the requirements are in the existing ordinance.
I can guarantee you that this map has not gone through that process yet.
Right.
And this new mayor is not apprised of how previous maps have, but we'll get with council and do it correctly, and at some point we'll have to have a city secretary also to do some of that. But
And I'll offer that since I've been here, we have not approved a zoning change. So
oh, good point.
we
Yeah.
we have
There has been one formally approved zoning change for the Six Pleasant
Yeah,
Cove.
Six Pleasant Cove.
Because that was done because it was showing
Yes.
up.
yes,
So that was formal city action.
and that was surveyed and added, but it's been a little bit. So in my tenure, we have not had a zoning change. We did have a couple special use permits, but no changes to
That was
zoning.
a formal zoning action because it had not been marked on the official map because there was some question about whether it had been officially zoned residential. So there was official action about 2 years ago to zone it as residential.
Okay. Yes.
I've got some issues
Hold on, let me get.
Oh, no, finish.
But we'll come back to
We
you.
just go
Alec,
down the
I think
line.
you were up
Yeah, I
now.
had a couple, and I actually found some more just as I'm thumbing through this.
Okay.
She's
But
covered.
one was like 5100 Rollingwood Drive. That's the one I asked Mr. Farrell about. I think that's the one he said that was plugged into the Westlake.
Yeah.
And he
Wait,
mentioned
wait, so say again, 51,
5100 is.
5100 Rollingwood. So after two peak.
I mean, I've
Oh,
heard,
I'm with you.
I've heard it said that that's zone commercial,
Commercial.
but might be something to just double check.
so we will double check based on previous testimony tonight that 5100 Rollingwood Drive may in fact be commercial. So
Yeah,
we'll take a
take
look
it.
at that.
Seems strange, but yeah.
It's a house. I talked to the people when I was campaigning. I think it is zoned commercial, although it's currently being used primarily as a residence.
Okay.
I have another one.
There's street names missing too.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
This is good. We're just kind of going through and we'll mark all these stuff and we're gonna fix, right? So there's Vance, 2803 Vance. Yeah, I'm kind of going way off over the side. There's like one little block there that's not, it's like empty, it doesn't have a color. Scroll up.
Oh, wait. Where are you?
Up more, up higher, higher. Kind of right by Sarah's house, basically, back over in there.
Oh, it's kind of back behind,
Yeah,
between
you
me
see.
and Roxanne.
So this
Here,
happened.
I guess I can get up that one. Yeah, what
So
is that?
Is that
This
actually
is-
City of Austin?
I
Okay.
had started, when I was mayor, I'd started the process of wanting to redo the zoning map, and we went through, and this thing jutted out, and it didn't make sense. And Amber and I had both looked into this, and sure enough, supposedly, because this is a residence that is on Stratford, and it has this big empty area, not empty, but undeveloped area in the back. So it's this huge lot, and apparently the dividing line should be going down. All these years, the city of Austin's been getting the taxes for this whole parcel. And my thing was, well, wait a minute, part of that is in Rolling Wood. So, has it been through this process that Brooke is talking about? No, it hasn't been. So, in any event, that is a single residential lot with the front part of it in City of Austin, and supposedly we were changing it so that Rolling Wood would be getting some of the property taxes for the part that was in Rollingwood, and the same holds true when you go over on Gentry.
Hey, wait, before we move to Gentry, so we're looking at the track between 2803 Vance and the track between 2803 Vance and 98 Wallace.
Correct.
And we will,
That's the single residence.
okay, we'll take a closer.
And the reason that I'm bringing up the other one is because it's the same issue.
And what is the other one?
The other one is at next to 3308 Gentry. If you go down Gentry at the very end, there's a small unzoned section there, which is also, there's the house that fronts on North Peak Road, and it extends part of the back of their lot is in Rollingwood. And right now it's showing it as being unzoned.
Okay, so we're looking at the
So it's a
lot,
similar situation.
the track next to 3308 Gentry. All right, similar situation. Okay.
And then I just want to point out, maybe, I don't know what this one is, but that was Gentry. I was going to point that one out. But the other one is another Stratford one. It's up in the corner. It's like Laura Lane, behind Laura Lane. There's like a big, giant, it's zoned, but there's no address. I don't know what that is.
It's
just more of a
landlocked.
question.
Oh, yes.
than
There
what-
is an undeveloped, unaddressed lot on
Okay.
Laura Lane.
Okay.
That I believe has no access.
know.
It
It's
has-
roadway
That's
access,
correct. It
which
has
you
no,
have to have.
which you have to have. And I actually have been in contact with those property owners to get me that plat unrelated to this zoning map to figure out access to their landlocked plot.
All those houses
So that's
should
something
just
that
go
should-
in and buy it from them and then open it up as a little private park behind it.
You take lead on that.
I know that there were some disputes in years past.
So there's another similar one to that off Ashworth,
Mm-hmm.
and
Oh, yeah. look at that.
that came up years ago, that they were trying to split that off, but it wasn't, and like mortgage it separately, but it wasn't a separate property. It was very weird.
That was Fikowski, if I recall correctly.
Yes, it was.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if that's part, I thought it was part of the.
Trotters.
Part of the property on Ashworth. Right?
Sort of looks like there might
We
be.
need to figure out what that goes to.
Mm-hmm.
Does the GIS map
Yeah, so
give us the plat? Will the GIS map provide the plat for those properties?
Only if there was an easement there that we located. We didn't attach every single plat.
Well, that's drainage going across it.
So for the record, the two last properties we were talking about is the property behind 209 Ashworth and the property behind 113 Laura. While Carrie's looking at that, are there any other properties to?
Yeah, I do.
Well, hold on. Carrie was faster than I thought.
As you zoom in, Carrie, the addresses will show up.
Our Wi-Fi is.
Are you still asking for more issues, Gavin?
Yes, but we lost a council member's attention, so I'll
Okay, let's
wait
wait.
until we can get her back.
She's having fun with maps.
Sorry.
don't have any parcel data on this one. We don't have any parcel data on this one.
Okay. All right, we'll do our best to try to find those. Phil, did you have another?
Yeah. So off of Grove Court, on the south side of Grove Court, near Edge Grove, because I was looking at Edge Grove to try to figure out what we could do on that.
These?
Yeah,
So
we
let's-
both know those well.
Okay.
Yeah, those actually belong. The first one belongs to 1 Grove. The second one belongs to
To
3
3
Grove,
Grove.
5 Grove,
Oh,
Right.
interesting.
Yeah, that's what it says on TCAT.
and they have actually an easement. Well, they have a drainage easement that's dedicated to. You can speak to those because I've actually asked about them before.
Sure. So those lots are, so the one that corresponds with 1 Grove is actually lot 1A Grove Court, and then it goes down the line, and those were essentially dedicated drainage easements for the lots up above. They are zoned residential. They have to be developed in tandem, and I have had inquiries about what could be done with those lots, if they could be split off and developed, with the house.
Sure.
And the short answer is no.
We do need to probably note that they are 1A, 3A, 5A.
Right.
Okay.
They also back up to the creek, and they're pretty heavily floodplain, which is another good reason
Right.
not to develop them. So,
And I'll also mention the property behind 4716 Timberline that does not seem to have an address either.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any others?
yep.
So there's a little, what we were talking about, what John Hinton was talking about, trying to connect Jeffrey Cove to Randolph Place. That little,
Mm-hmm. Oh, yep.
piece between 4 Jeffrey and 3 Jeffrey.
Okay.
Mm.
And we're talking about
Is that
the
not
property.
owned by the city?
Yeah, we're talking about the track in between 5 Randolph, 4 Jeffrey, and 3 Jeffrey.
Yes.
Yes.
My understanding was that was the city's.
Okay. We will
I don't
somehow.
know what it's zoned, but
Okay.
Believe
it's
it's
a drainage
zoned
easement.
residential, but the city maintains it. Yes, but I'll
okay.
pull title on it and double check.
Yeah, if you go back there, it's culvert.
And some of those, well, we can come back for a further discussion on some of those. I mean, if the city owns it, I'm not sure.
Well, I think there may be confusion whether it's owned by the property owner and the city has an easement across it, or whether it's owned by the city. But
Right.
it's one or, an
Mhm.
easement doesn't give ownership.
Right.
And ownership doesn't define zoning.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
And I've actually,
Okay.
if I'm remembering correctly, the guy said he owns it, but
Any others?
I think I talked to that property owner too. And he says,
And I think.
yeah. I own
Go ahead.
that, but
Oh yes. I'm sorry, Shonda. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
No, no,
so
no.
this came up when we were talking about the park zoning,
Hmm.
and pool, when they came up with the request for
tennis courts.
the milk and cookies, the
No.
city was trying to look at it. There's this little
Oh.
piece here,
Don't recall.
right here,
Which little piece?
this little piece here. And there are maps.
Wait, that's a
Oh,
big
I don't know,
piece.
I don't wanna touch that map. Over here, see how it's a straight line?
Oh.
with maps?
Okay. Yeah.
And some maps it's like this, and they were going to locate that milk and cookies there. And that's when we started scrutinizing that piece of property, and I have maps that show, and with the page number on a document that's been filed, that belongs to the city, not to the WHAC, as it is shown here.
Okay.
Which section are you talking about? That, the little
the
city?
park.
That little bumps out?
The little bump there,
I think she's thinking about the
right when you enter the park.
Okay, so that was,
Yeah.
that's where the trash receptacle is.
Yes.
That
yes.
the pool maintains, cause I had looked into that way back when, and I
Yeah.
was told that yes, indeed, they did have access to that and had the right to use that.
But is
But-
that part of their property, or
Yeah.
do they just have
That's the point.
an agreement?
Right.
Yeah.
To put
But
their
my
dumpster there?
I can send
My
you all the
understanding
one
is
map
they-
that I have, the
I would,
picture and send
I
it,
would love to
where
see
it
that.
shows where it was registered.
That it was straight?
Yeah, it's a straight line.
Okay,
It
so,
doesn't exist. That's
so-
the
And
thing
what
that
year
it-
was that? Okay, just curious.
all right, so for the record, we're gonna look at the meets.
So it belongs to the city and not to the pool.
Gotcha.
That's all I'm trying to say.
All right, so for the record, we're gonna look at the meets and bounds between 3107 Gentry and 4815 Rollingwood to determine that joint property line. Thank you, Shanti. All right, anything else? We have our work cut out for us. And
Good thing you've got a lot of staff.
yeah, we were just,
I will offer that, you know, we had talked about this as knowing that this was going to be the case. WSB did a great job of taking the 2014, the 2018, and going to Travis CAD and trying to put all
trying to
that
merge
together.
it, yeah.
And we have known and discussed previously that we're going to have to do more title work to get to the bottom of some of these, and that just takes time and money and resources. So this is a good list for me to do the parts that I can do, and
That's thank you, Kier, for that. And that's how I envision it. Let's let you kind of do as best you can, and then pull together. First of all, I think we did a good job of putting this all on the record. You can go back and listen to it. Let's put a list together, and you start working through that list just systematically, and then you come back to us and let's try to solve the ones we can solve, and then we'll then have a list of what's left, and then we'll have a discussion on how much it would cost to get those done. So, if that works for you.
That works great. So I just saw one more.
Okay, and we'll do one more. Yes, ma'am.
There's a little triangle
Oh, yeah.
behind 2803 Rollingwood Drive.
28.
2803 Rollingwood, 503 Wallace, and 2810 Hickory.
Right.
There's a little triangle in the middle of that.
Wait, what did you say? 2803.
If you go behind
So you
503 Wallace, there's a little triangle right back behind
Yeah.
it.
So you find the pool and go right.
Behind Mary Corbett's house.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, so looking at the triangular track directly behind 2803 Rollingwood Drive, trying to determine why anyone would have ever put that there. Okay, we'll look at that. Oh, here's another one. Also pointing out the two tracks in between 603 Riley, 2503 Timberline, 2501 Timberline, and 2514 Rollingwood Drive. Not sure what that's all about.
And I think there's been a replat on that.
There has. So these were two parcels that were drainage easements essentially that belonged to these property addresses.
Okay.
And they have been replatted and joined now, both of them, so it just needs to be updated.
Perfect. See, look at that. You're already working through the problems.
But the zoning is the same.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It's just the line needs to be.
405 Inwood, that's 2 lots. And it's only shown as 1. Right?
Yes,
I mean,
that's 2 lot, yes.
But it's only shown as the 405 Inwood is the only one that's shown.
Address back in there, I'm not sure why that address isn't.
Well, it doesn't have a line between them either.
What was that? 405 Inwood? So also adding 405 Inwood to the discussion. And what is it? What needs to happen
This
there?
one
I'm sorry.
now on Inwood rather than Longwood. Did they redo their address or is that ignored?
Okay, look at 405 and determine whether it's plating or
No, I know.
incorrect map.
I know, but I mean, that one.
Yes, ma'am?
They changed it.
That's it.
I think there's-
Jay and I were just conferring, and that's a good point, that those for that Riley quadrant right there that's shown on the map, those were replatted last year, and so sometimes there's a lag with the county, even though it was filed with them, and so we're pulling some of that from the county to overlay it, and so there's just sometimes there's a lag in the
Got it.
showing of that.
So that would be the type of thing that we would find in an annual.
That would absolutely be the type of thing that we would find in an annual or quarterly or
Update.
biannual review. Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Change of addresses would be the same thing, right?
Correct.
We have like Red Buck's property down there,
Mm-hmm.
Right.
2500 Bettis, which is now a Farley Trail address, right? Okay.
Yeah, and that's the type of thing that'll need to go in our monthly or our rolling list that we share for the update too. Okay. Okay, anything else on the zoning map? We will report back with the status update of these research projects and changes. Thank you all for taking a close look at it. And unless there are any other actions on number 8, we will move on. Okay, we've already done number 9. Call up number 10, discussion and possible action to, thank you, Jay, appreciate your time. Number 10, discussion and possible action to authorize the mayor to take action related to emergency oak wilt trenching. This was one that I was already going to put on the agenda for council, and I believe that we've got some other folks who also put it on the agenda, so I'll turn it over to Phil and then Roxanne and myself and Carrie to open this up. But Phil, do you want to start? You've
Sure.
done yeoman's work and had some meetings out in the field on this topic, and then I know Roxanne has also had some work on this recently, so open it up for discussion.
Carrie and I met with Carl and walked around and looked at the trees. So what's being proposed is kind of a quick emergency. If you look at the map on, at least on mine, it's on page 105. The orange dotted line is kind of a emergency trenching. Prior to that, in coordinating with Carrie, we're going to be testing the tree, which is basically where this 405 feet trench kind of balloon is. There's a tree right there. There's an oak that we can take a sample of the bark and send it off to Texas A&M to make sure there's not already an active oak wilt outbreak into that tree before we do this trench. If that is already infected, then we probably need to push the trench further out rather than do what is being marked here. And then because it's so cheap, Carrie and I conferred, and Carrie thinks it's worthwhile to also retest it right before we trench. You know, so we'll test it to make sure we don't have to throw this whole plan out, start moving forward with the plan, and then right before we're gonna do this trenching, test it again, and make sure that it's still not yet infected, and then do the trench. But that's that phase. The yellow phase probably can be done in coordination with the drainage issues that we're addressing. And it'll be easy to tie the orange and the yellow together to create an entire containment area at that time. Anything else, Carrie?
I was just going to offer the reason we think it's important to go ahead and move forward with the orange section is that there's really intense topography that behind it's Roseanne Ferraro's house. There's a very steep hill, and so getting that piece done as quickly as possible while we work through the logistics of any backyard trenching or whatever it is on the other portion. Her property right now, best practices is 100 feet for a trench, and we don't have 100 feet for that whole stretch. To go 100 feet creates serious logistical challenges of trying to get one of those giant rock saw trenchers up very steep hills. There's gas mains, there's people's decks. So Roseanne's backyard's pretty open, and we can go right down the fence line and come across and connect to that original trench line. It's going to get significantly more complicated to go further back. So we thought, let's move on this as quickly as possible. We know it's spreading at a rate of 75 feet. The next logical place for the trench in the area off Nixon that is within the yellow line. We've got a little more time to work with that and figure out a logical trench location. But we're already behind the 8 ball.
So a couple of questions. So Roseanne was
Amenable.
She was absolutely amenable and helpful, and
Okay, good.
wants to help her neighbors.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
I thought that we had the man who lives here at the corner of Laura Lane and Hatley tell us that he had a tree that died
No, that's on,
very recently.
that's outside of this.
That's within the previous trenching project.
It's up here.
Yeah, it's way up.
He was inside
He's
the
up here.
last trench. He was in the
And this
the
is
circle.
this is the old trench. It's right here.
Right.
It's right up there.
So you're saying that one's already isolated then? Or?
I had thought he was on that.
This is the isolated section of the original trench, and here's the active oak wilt for that red. It's kind of hard to see. And then right here is where it crossed the trench.
Oh, okay.
So this
Yeah.
section is that new active area.
But she's talking about the person on Laura and
You
Hatley.
can't, yeah.
That is also
it's way
active,
up
but that's contained in that original trench from several years back.
It is.
Well, it's hard to tell because we don't have that part on this map.
Yeah, it's,
No, you don't, but it's.
We did consult with Carl on that and that address, and he was aware of it, and it was within the area of containment.
yeah.
It is.
Yeah, I oversaw that previous trenching project, and it's there. It cuts up the side of his house and down the other side onto Laura Lane, and then cuts over Hollis Jeffrey's house.
Right, it goes up to Park.
Is the old trench still functioning?
We haven't seen it cross the trench in any other places. The only place we've seen it cross the trench is right here. And there was a tree roughly here that was infected, and it crossed through the trench to a tree that was here that's been removed, and now it has spread to other trees in their yard.
So what area are we trying to cut off?
So we're trying to cut off, basically, we're trying to cut off this area, but we have to go 100 feet out in every direction from the furthest, most infected tree. And so this right here is less than 100 feet.
And that's where your
It's
test,
closer to, it's about 75 feet, and that's where you want to test.
and that's where your testing comes in. So you're testing along that line to make sure that,
Right along here.
yeah. And then you would come back, if it came back positive, then we would come have another discussion about it.
Yeah.
But if we're
And
it's
so
like a
we're
COVID
not-
test, if it,
Yeah.
We're hoping
If you're
it's
negative,
been
you're good
it's
to go.
been a little drier this year. We're hoping maybe it didn't move quite as quickly, and that it's a average rate of spread of 50 to 75 feet a year. So that's why they shoot for 100 feet for the trenching. So
And the other question I have is this piece on Pleasant Cove.
sure. So that's where we're going to be doing the gutters, and so that will be deep. That work is deep enough through there to serve as a trench. That's part of the Nixon Pleasant drainage plan.
Yeah, I knew that, but it wasn't dotted, so I didn't understand if it would
It's-
be done deep enough for the.
Because it's so far away, it's not practical to trench there now, and this will be completed and act as a trench. Those facilities will serve as that barrier once they're installed, so we left that out.
You're saying the same thing. Basically, it's going to be addressed when they do the drainage trenching. The drainage trenching will act as the oak wilt trenching.
Okay, but we're showing it, what was confusing me, we're showing the drainage trench for the other piece,
We're
but
showing some of it, but
with
not all of
dots.
it.
Oh, okay.
Some of it not.
Okay.
And that part of that's because some of it's not deep enough to service.
Okay.
This stretch is going to be deep enough. Portions of this will not be deep enough to
Okay.
service the trench, especially through here. So that's when we're going to need to look at whether it makes more sense to go through the backyards or to go through the creek bed. And that's something that once we contract with a trenching service, they can offer us some better guidance on what the best location is.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the things Carl said was we're giving rough outlines of what to do, but the actual trenching services are the ones that will determine exactly where to trench, because they're going to look at, what utilities are, everything, and figure out what's the best course to actually get the exact line of where they want to trench. We're just kind of giving them rough outlines. These aren't exactly where the trenches necessarily will be. Anything else?
how many linear feet are you looking at here? No? Is that the 450?
I believe so, but I don't remember.
Makes sense.
He was quoting.
That's where I'm.
Yes, so so Carl was saying that trenching, he thought right now is running about $8 a linear foot. That does not include anything to do with having to disconnect or reconnect lines or paving or anything like that. It's just mobilizing a trencher to cut the trench. And we're pretty limited on what companies are even doing urban trenching. There are really only about 2. And they've got, he said, about a 6-week lead time. So that's why we thought the best course in talking with Phil was to go ahead and authorize the mayor to start getting bids and working with them so that we could get on their schedule. And then if we need to come back and do a budget amendment to deal with what it's going to cost, we'll have a better estimate for that and know what we're looking at.
We could
But
probably
already-
get on their schedule and do
Go-
the testing in that in the meantime.
In tandem.
Is there cost to the testing?
It's minimal. It's less than $200 to run it as many tests as we'll need to test.
Okay. All right, any other questions for Carrie? Serve at your pleasure, council. Let me know what you want to do.
So I would like to make a motion to authorize Mayor Massengale to engage with the vendors or delegate engagement for the purpose of getting estimates and finding timelines for trenching for that first orange emergency trenching phase at least.
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion?
Yeah, so I just wanted to know, would this be brought back, like after the estimates, or?
Yeah, we're gonna bring it back for funding to.
I would bring it back. I guess my question would be, is that motion enough to, I don't guess any of the companies are listening tonight, so. To get on a contractor's list.
To get on the calendar, that's,
Okay.
that's the goal.
You'll find that out.
Well, could we, I mean, the problem is if we authorize up to a certain amount, then maybe the trenchers are less.
Well, I guess this, and this is probably fine too, because this would give us enough to start doing the testing. So tentatively get on the contractor's calendar, start the testing. So by the time we came back 30 days from now, we could probably get a contractor to pencil us in, I would think.
I would hope that 30 days from now, we'll have one test done, have a contractor who's willing to do it, and hopefully.
My thing is, if we're,
And we'll be meeting in 3 weeks.
I was gonna say, it's gonna
If
be
oh, that's a good
3
point.
weeks.
Great point. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's, yeah, okay. Yeah, we're good. Okay, you have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Motion carries 5-0.
And you can call an emergency meeting to get it
Yeah, if
approved
we had
if we
to.
need to.
If we had to.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to item number 11. Staff briefing as to current building enforcement policies and procedures and council discussion and possible action with regard to enforcement of building permit requirements, including process for enforcement of violations, actions with respect to repeat violations, periodic on-site inspection of permit activities, and as-built construction. And this is Ms. Brown's item, and I will recognize her to start the discussion.
I requested this item so we could understand what the current policies are with regard to enforcement of building permit requirements and other construction requirements. We had a situation where there were several contractors who were working on the weekends and continuing to work on the weekends, and we asked for, there's been a memo from our city attorney about the lawfulness and procedures for enforcement of building permits, so I wanted to get an update, not just, that memo addressed just the after-hours work, but I wanted to get some sense from staff of when inspections are done, when follow-up is done, when a citation is issued if work's not done properly, and what inspections are being done beyond just drainage and review of the building permit by K-Freeze. What else is being done in terms of inspections periodically, and how we are enforcing our building ordinances. There've been a number of complaints. We have a lot of construction. There's a lot more construction coming on. When I walk past properties that are under construction, some don't have fences, some don't have their building permit posted, some have trash all over the yard and the trash stays there for days. Some, I walked this weekend, there was a project on timber line. There was work being done outside. The structure was dried in, I think. You know, it has a construction fence around it. But our worker was outside with a big stone saw in the middle of Saturday afternoon. And, you know, there just seems to be a number, we've had people tell me they've called several times on Saturdays, and the police always go out, but there's no fine or other mechanism that gets repeat offenders into compliance. So I'd like to get an understanding of what those policies are, who's doing enforcement, when they're going out, if we're enforcing our ordinances, that sort of thing.
Okay. Ms. Kaler, I'll ask you to come up, and in the meantime, I'll take a first crack. As I reported to you, Councilwoman Brown, earlier, so we do have a new process that we are about 2 weeks into related to weekend work. And I'll let Carrie lay it out, but also ask Chief Brady to step up as well and kind of talk to us about the new process of how and the instructions that he's given to his law enforcement folks over the weekends, and the interplay between the activity that our law enforcement is engaged in on the weekends, and then how that gets reported to Ms. Kaler on Monday mornings. And then I know we've already done at least one round of notifications to contractors, and I don't think we've had another had more warnings since then, but I'll let you describe the new process, and then Chief describe how he's executing that process with law enforcement, and then how it circles back and closes the loop with you.
Sure. So after hours and weekends, Rolling Police Department handles code enforcement. They also handle certain elements of code enforcement during the week, but to limit the discussion for now, we'll talk about after hours weekend. Monday morning, I'm getting a report now of any violators from the weekend, sending the responsible party a correspondence telling them you are in violation this date, this is the ordinance, this is the code of ordinances, and this is your warning. Further action will result in citation. I've had communication back from those 3 contractors, and it's been acknowledgement and positive communication. I believe I'll let Chief Brady talk to their process, but I believe they have a tracking system on their side where they're keeping record if they're going now to places more than once, so that they know to issue a citation. So I'm the communication arm. They're tracking the visits through their police software so that they can enforce.
Perfect.
And what is prompting those visits?
That's 2 things, I think, Chief.
So, we didn't have anything that came on our radar this weekend. Last weekend, we had 3 that were officer initiated, where they observed some weekend activity or after hours activity, and they made contact. But typically, we receive calls from neighbors, or we see it ourselves. We respond. Since I've been here, there's not one instance where we told somebody to shut it down, to stop, to pack up, and they didn't. I've never experienced that. So, usually our first line is to just inform them of the ordinance and to have them stop, and they typically do. And the other thing to keep in mind too is if we go to the same location twice, and this is just a hypothetical, but say we're dealing with somebody who's pouring a foundation or doing concrete work, and then a month later it's the framers. I mean, there's a disconnect. It's not even the same folks. So, we're not hitting the contractor. We're hitting the subcontractors that are there on the site. So we need to keep, and I think that's part of the link now, is that Carrie's going to be able to reach out to the actual general contractor and let them know that, you know, some of their subcontractors have been in violation, because those individuals may not know that. So
That's
but-
what we think the secret sauce is going to be, is to close that loop, close that feedback loop to the actual general,
Well-
to the GC.
When you say that the builder may not know, someone has given the key to the construction gate to that person to get on the property. For most of these properties, there's some that don't have a fence,
Mhm.
but the ordinance has a person designated as responsible. So someone is authorizing that worker to be on that property doing what they're doing that day. They're there doing it because they know they're going to get paid to do it. So someone, the person who's doing the building, knows they're there.
That's not always been my experience in building things. I've often been pleasantly surprised when a contractor or when a subcontractor actually shows up, and maybe even more surprised than my general contractor. But I mean, it certainly could happen on some occasions, but on a lot of occasions, those subs will just show up and start putting up their scaffolding or doing something, getting ready for that Monday morning when they're going to show up. And the general contractor doesn't always know. But the good news on this process is that we are closing the gap that hasn't. We're doing it in a different way than we've done in the past, which is to close that loop with the general contractor and let them know that this is your one warning, and we're going to start issuing citations. And I think that's been well received, has it not? Or at least.
I think well received is fair.
Mm-hmm.
Did the notice to the contractors go to all the contractors or just the 3 that people had called about?
I reached out to the 3 that were in violation.
They should all know it because they have a pre-con meeting where all of these rules are gone. I mean, come talk to us about thank you, Chief. You can talk briefly about your pre-cons.
Sure. So one of the questions you asked was what inspections we do. The first inspection that I perform with someone is to meet on site and have a pre-construction meeting. And during that meeting, we go over the rules. I think a little punch list of those rules is in the packet, I believe. Those are kind of just the basics of what we go through. We go through it in more detail. That's a handout to take away for them. Hey, this is a snapshot of, this is a good picture of everything you need to follow. These are the hours. You've got to keep your silt fence intact. Got to keep things clean. So we go through that. So that GC knows at that time what those rules are. Then we contract with ATS engineers who perform building code inspections. And I have instructed ATS engineers since our last meeting to, in addition to when they show up on site to perform whatever it is, a frame inspection, a plumbing rough, whatever it is, they also need to be checking that that permit is posted on site and that those stamped plans are on site. Usually they do that anyway because they're referencing those plans, they're looking at that permit in order to do that inspection. But if it's a job that they've been going to, that's been going on for a year or more, they may walk right in and look at the electrical rough and not check to make sure that that permit is there. So I have instructed our contractor, ATS, to do those checks. There are certain, when I can go with the inspector, I go with the inspectors as much as I can on site, but I can't go to all the inspections. We're probably averaging 2 to 5 inspections a day. So some days when I have a little less work, I can go with that inspector and get eyes on that job, and some days I have to rely on the inspectors that we contracted with. When I go and I see that their construction hours sign has gotten damaged or fallen off or moved, or their permit has gotten wet or isn't there, whatever, then that's when I address that with them. But I'm leaning on our contractor to help fill in with that. And then if we get a call, complaint, and it's during regular business hours, I will go with the officer to inspect, if I can, or the officer goes and I talk to them about whatever it is, if it's a call that comes to me versus goes into their office. Then at the final stage, once all the code inspections for health and safety are done, the last inspections are building final and drainage final to complete that. And I go to those drainage finals to make sure that that detention stuff was installed correctly, that the site has been restored, that any trees that were tied to that building permit have been replaced as required. And then once that's done, trees are met, drainage is met, any fees are assessed, then I close out that permit and issue a certificate of occupancy.
Between the time that you issue a permit and the first time ATS shows up, when's the first time ATS would show up?
The pre-con, I schedule ATS.
That's here in the office.
No, ma'am, that's on site.
It's on site?
I meet with the general contractor and ATS on site.
And have they started at that point, or?
They've gotten their documents. Sometimes if they've done, let's say they've done demolition, which we do a pre-demolition and a post-demolition, sometimes once the permit approval has happened, they may start some initial site work, but construction laying forms has not.
Okay. Well, here's what's happening. We have one of the contractors that's been the violator of the weekend rule, doesn't have a silt fence up. They're well into the construction. The trash has been there for days, or weeks now. There's stuff piled on the property, huge pile of bricks. It's not covered as it's supposed to be covered. There's another property, and there's no building permit. There's a demolition permit, and it's in a plastic sack that's wet. These are things that the people that live around that property have to look at and live with every day, and it's a block away from here. There are other properties where the silt fences don't go up before demolition. That was on Gentry, the problem child we talked about at the last meeting. That contractor ended up knocking down the neighbor's fence, partly, but they did go back and fix it. But their permit was not on site. The neighbor couldn't find out who to call because the permit wasn't on site. They've got a contractor, a builder sign on site, but that's not the demolition person. So there needs to be more on-site, eyes on the prize week by week. Some of these contractors are building spec homes, and some, there just needs to be more attention to it from all the complaints I'm getting about how these things are not being, one complaint was that, we're supposed to have a proper tree person take down the trees, licensed tree person. One nice home on Park Hills, the neighbor said, well, the person that came and took down the trees was not a licensed tree service, it was just a guy with a chainsaw. And, there are things like that make the neighbors both worried about what's going on and what damage could happen to their property, as well as, if they're gonna do that, which is so simple, pick up the trash, are they gonna build their foundation within the building line? Things like that are just happening in a variety of places, so it seems like there's not enough attention being put on it.
So I'll be glad to unpack each piece of that if you would like, or if there's something that you want to recommend, that we do differently, I can talk about that.
Yeah.
As far as
I don't know what you need to do enforcement. I know
Sure.
we have ordinances that say you've got to have dirt and sand and other piles of materials covered.
Mm-hmm.
that you've got to, you can't stack it under trees. If there's any other place to put it, you've got to pick up your trash daily.
Yep.
You know,
So,
you've got to
so
have
let
your
me,
permit
let me start with the
posted.
broad.
So those things aren't being done.
If there's complaint, because I have not been getting a whole lot of complaints. If there's complaints that you're getting, please send them to me, because I can't be in here handling the volume of intake and in the field. I can't do it. We'll need more staff. It's just not possible. But if I know of specific properties where there's concerns, I will make time to get out there and check on it. Or if I can't, I'll ask PD to, and we work really well together on that.
One of these properties is one that has had repeated complaints.
To
May-
you
maybe
or
we've
to
closed
you
the
or
loop
to
on that
here?
now.
Like where has the complaint come into? Because if they're coming to
They-
you,
They were weekend work complaints.
okay.
The report I have is that a person called 8 weeks in a
And,
row.
and as I've explained to you, Councilwoman,
We've now-
we have totally created a new system to address those complaints.
That's the
based
weekend
solely
work.
on our
Yeah,
conversation.
that's the
Okay,
weekend
so
work,
let's
I
put that
understand.
aside. So then what other complaints have come in?
The ones I've been listing, and some of them are on that same property, so.
But have they come here or have they come to you?
They've come to me, or I've gone by and looked at it, and you can see just driving by, all the trash, the fence isn't up, the permit's not posted, you know. I walk streets every day. I see this stuff that's not being done correctly, and I get reports from a number of people saying they just don't know what to do now.
Well,
because
just as
they've-
we created an entirely new system on the weekend thing, we'll also take a closer look at this and see if there's maybe
Better
some
way.
different systems that we can create internally.
I'm not trying to create a problem, I'm just
No, no.
telling you the problems that are out there.
And we're happy to try to create a new system for it. And it may require more help, or it may require different training than what we've done up to this point. May require some additional help
Yeah.
from PD. I don't know what it requires, but we're happy to look at it. But
And-
we have to know about it.
Okay,
Well, I think this is kind of a continuation of what I brought up last month that Carrie put together this, that I think we're about to get to. But that was what prompted my concerns too, is that we cannot have a system that relies solely on residents calling in complaints. I mean, we should have a system in place that, and we may need more staff, but the city needs a process to enforce the building codes that does not rely on neighbors calling in complaints.
and it may be that if we start to issue these fines, go outside, put eyes on these properties, start issuing fines, it ought to clean it up pretty quick. But people have to know that we'll be accommodating on everything we can be accommodating on, but these are our minimum standards and you better meet them.
No, that's fair, and that's our goal and intent is to follow the law and ordinances as written, and we will absolutely.
I think we haven't issued fines in what period of time? When's the last fine?
I don't know if Chief knows that offhand. We can look, but my
Yeah.
commitment is
Fix the problem.
is to try to
Mine
fix
too.
the problem. Now, I don't want a reputation that we're hard to deal with, because I think,
Exactly.
and I think what you
Exactly.
said is the right approach of like, we will be accommodating as we can be, and we don't want a reputation that like Austin has, but we also expect you to follow our rules.
Yeah.
So. And I do think, John Hinton
I
has,
have one more
keep
question.
going.
I have one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
When I looked at, now we have permits online, but a number of them in the column for the contact have TBD.
Mm-hmm.
So,
So a lot of pending ones, I'll have an architect approach me. They will approach me to begin the process of pulling a permit. and then they have not bid out who that contractor is gonna be, and once I have that, I fill that in.
Okay,
So the permit hasn't been issued yet?
there
Is-
are some where work is being done, demolition has been done, but it's TBD.
It's TBD, okay,
Uh-huh. There
I
are
will-
others where, I can go through and mark them and I'll send it to you.
okay,
Okay.
that would be great. It's probably something that I have a record of, and I just haven't updated it in my spreadsheet because
And
there's
if
a lot
the
of them.
permit's not posted, the property owner can't.
Sure,
they know who to
and
contact.
again, the permit has to be posted. PD and I have that record, so if we get a call, we can look that up really in a second. But that does not have anything to do with their requirement to post it. It absolutely has to be posted. So, but it's an easy verification on our side as to whether a permit has or has not been issued.
Thank you. And I did have, I think John Hinton has his hand raised. Chair recognizes Mr. Hinton if he's still with us. If you are talking, you're on mute. Oh, can you tell the thing's lighting up? Okay.
We still can't hear you, John. You're on mute.
Okay, you're unmuted.
I'm unmuted now.
Now you're
Yes.
unmuted. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd like to put my 2 cents in on 3810 Gentry that the chief may know. This is our regular call on the weekend for many, many, many weeks. This contractor has absolutely no respect for anything, in my opinion. But the thing that I think that on a positive note, I guess, I would recommend that the officer that goes in to talk to the contractor gets a complaint on the weekend for noise, goes in, talks to the people there, that officer not tell those people that a resident, a neighbor, has called in to complain. We got the last one we got. This guy, after he stopped, and then I guess he waited till the officer leaves, and he's screaming at the top of his voice, "Whatever, whoever turned me in, F you, F you." And, it doesn't bother me, it doesn't bother Susan, but it might bother other people in town. So that's just a little suggestion.
That's a fair suggestion. I think we'll not speak for the chief, but we can pass that on to not divulge that it was a resident-driven complaint. So thank you for bringing that up, John.
Thank you.
Got it. Okay.
One other question.
Yes, ma'am.
How quickly are we gonna pull a repeat offender in for a serious talk or fine or stop work order?
Immediately. I mean, I think we'll give them one. The discussion that we've had is that they're going to get one warning, and then of any sort, and then go.
Okay.
So we're going to try to crack down.
And do we need any, I know, and this may be the next item, but are there any things you would recommend that would give support to enforcement of the code requirements with respect to, things that bother neighbors, the fences, the
Sure.
trash?
I think a
noise?
requirement for construction fences would solve a lot of problems. I know this 3810 Gentry is an eyesore. I am aware of it. We do not have a requirement for construction fences, and that might be something you all want to consider. If nothing else, you don't have to look at it.
It
And
might actually streamline some things too, as a selling point to the contractors. I mean, if you have a construction fence, because there's different types, you can have the covering around the outside. Then you can kind of you still have to do your silt fence and that sort of thing, but in terms of the trash and just a lot of things, there would be more flexibility within the four walls of the fence.
And we do regular silt fence checks. Nate Hart is also a certified stormwater inspector, so we do that more periodically, especially when we've got a project that backs up to a creek or something. And you know, those are ones that we go and check when we're doing our regular checks after storms. We look at those. But I think a construction fence would alleviate a lot of headaches.
Okay.
And I thought,
And we do have an ordinance that requires daily pickup of trash. But I don't know if we're enforcing that.
yeah,
Well, and to be fair, there are some logistical challenges to getting that done every day. I mean, that doesn't supersede our ordinance. I'm just saying, if you have a large on-site staged dumpster, are you realistically calling to have it emptied every day?
No, that's not the issue. It can go in the dumpster. It's 3208. There are probably 6 weeks worth of lunch material,
yeah.
bags, cups.
And that
It brings in rats. It's
time
not
to issue a
pretty.
citation.
They haven't gotten the word on putting their trash in the trash can.
Yeah. And Sarah and Roxanne, maybe I'm dreaming it. I thought we had a discussion about, I thought we did a construction fence ordinance.
We talked about it, but I didn't think that we had ever actually
I thought we
passed
did
it in the form of an ordinance. I mean, when I was on before,
Did it?
I don't remember ever formally.
I guess
think
I've
there
just
were some-
dreamed it.
It's, yeah.
Some reservations about doing it, and right now,
There was something about swimming pools, wasn't there? And if you have a construction fence and a pool and then nobody can see and then, you know,
Oh, see,
kids
maybe it's
got in
something
there
like that.
attractive nuisance,
yeah, and then
and that's what it was. Safety issues over what might be going on if kids got back behind. I do recall
Right.
that discussion, at least, of.
Well, not to bring that back up, because I still think it's probably the right solution at this point, so.
So kids are crawling over the fence?
Well, that was the
No.
concern of,
Most of them are locked. You know, the gate, or at least at the end of the
The
day.
concern was that the kids, if there was interesting construction equipment, pools, neat rocks, whatever it was, that they might get behind a construction fence and then you wouldn't know if they'd gotten back there and gotten hurt. I mean, that was one thing that I do recall.
I would be more concerned of it being an attractive nuisance if there wasn't a fence and they could just walk right on the property and walk into a framed up house than going behind a fence, especially a locked fence. And especially with rebar sticking up and
Yeah.
everything else, it's just not, I think safety wise, better to have the fence than not have the fence.
and we're happy to maybe bring that back
Yeah,
for
revisit
council's
it.
consideration. Can we make a note to do that? Okay, anything else on this?
so are we going over the report
Oh,
as part of this?
so is that part of this
Attached
one?
to this agenda item.
It is attached to this agenda item. I guess it's sort of a combo. Yeah, if you want to go through the memo?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for going through all of this.
Yeah, I think it's well done.
I have some, I don't know, responses, comments, whatever.
Okay. Why don't, before we get to that, why don't just give us a quick recap of the memo. Thank you again for putting the report together. I think it's well done. Give us just a quick recap and then we'll get to some questions. Is that okay?
Sure. So last month, Councilmember Hudson brought up a number of questions about that were code related of different types. So I took those questions and laid them out on page 1, and then I went through item by item and pulled the related code sections. There's a few of them that were traffic related, where I worked with Chief Brady and we pulled the traffic code, and then so I list the relevant codes that we ascertain, and then I do a little analysis, and then at the end a little bit broader analysis.
Okay, you want me to go through my questions slash comments on here?
Sure.
Okay, so the first one was on allowable locations on property for certain things,
Mhm.
and the fencing.
Mm-hmm.
I brought this up because I think putting the construction fence at the property line is not safe. And that's why I think we need to have a setback, if you will, for the construction fencing. Because the reason I brought it up is because it is a vision clearance issue. If you've got, we've got fences that go all the way to the corner on the property line, curved roads, you can't see who's coming through the intersection, kids on bikes, people walking, other vehicles. And that first 10 feet is the city's right-of-way. So I think we should require that construction fences, if they choose to put them in, cannot be in the right-of-way. That gives us vision clearance. If you've got a construction fence up to the property, or up to the curb, and then you have cars parked there, the construction, you can't see. And when we're having multiple projects in a close area, it's really gonna be a safety hazard. So, I think that the construction fences need to be no closer than the right-of-way line. They should not enclose a front yard water meter, so the meter needs to be outside the construction fence. You can't put a construction fence between the street and a lift station. We had one that had the lift station was enclosed behind a construction fence for 2 years. It also is a hazard for driveways. So people put that fence all the way up to the road, and a driveway next door, you can't, when you're backing out your car, you can't see because this construction fence is all the way to the street. So I think it's a safety hazard from lots of different, in lots of different areas, and I think that we need to put those fences back from the street, because they're up for years. These projects are taking 2.5, 3 years. It's temporary, but it's not really temporary. So that needs to be, and we don't allow permanent fencing in that area. So we shouldn't allow temporary fencing that blocks vision like that to be that close to the street. The storage of materials on site. We have had a case where there was material stored in the street for weeks. Like lumber stacked in the street for weeks. And that, to me, is not okay. That's not a staging area for their construction project, right? The city streets. And that's not they're just offloading it until they can move it someplace, or they got a delivery and they just left it there for it's moved at the end of the day. It was there for weeks.
That's one I'm not aware of. I am aware of a recent mulch one, but I'm not aware of a lumber in the street for weeks. So that's one that wasn't reported to me.
Again, it's like people are driving around the streets, and the neighbors shouldn't have to be calling all of this stuff in. Hubbard Circle.
And they're not gonna have to now because of the new system.
There you go. But I don't think that that's something where, and there's a comment about the dirt and gravel And right now, our ordinance says that you have to put the tarp over, if it's stored on site for a period in excess of 8 hours. So there's nothing that says that you can store stuff in the street, and I don't think our ordinance has to say you can't store it in the street, because the street is, like, that's not what the streets are for. So that to me should be a pretty clear, this is not okay with the way our ordinances are written right now. And so,
I think we all agreed that wasn't okay. It was just how long do we have to work with the contractor before we get Nate out with the backhoe to push it up on the property? I think that was my question.
You know, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I don't think it's your responsibility to get someone with a backhoe and move the material. It's your responsibility to issue a stop work order until the contractor gets the material back inside the fence.
And to be fair, the one that we're talking about is the mulch. I was on my way to work. I actually knocked on the door. It was actually after, I didn't know he had been there. Very nice homeowner. She was mortified. And her contractor, I mean, she was already in the home too. It wasn't even a construction site. Her contractor had just driven up, unbeknownst to her, dropped an entire load of mulch and left.
And this wasn't a permitted this wasn't a permitted situation. This was a, how do we work with the homeowner to get this moved?
Yeah,
Do we issue a citation to the
What
homeowner?
we're talking about.
And we could have cited the homeowner.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about it, you know, I heard you respond to Sarah saying, how long do you have before you get a backhoe to move it onto the property? And that's, you know, I think that's the responsibility of the responsible person.
Sure.
And your ability to enforce that is the stop work order.
Sure, and a lot of apart from this lumber one, of which I was not aware, mine have all been gravel and mulch and sod related, and that you don't need a permit for that. So somebody hires a landscaper to come in and redo their flower beds, and they get a dump truck to deliver some mulch, and the dump truck puts it where they put it and they leave. And so I don't have a general contractor. In a lot of those cases, I've got a homeowner. And so it's how long do I offer the homeowner to get their landscaper there to move it?
And that's,
you know.
it's a different topic, what ordinances we have for homeowners.
And that's just a policy. How do we want to, you know, what policy do you, I don't think we need an ordinance. I think we just need to discuss how you want us to handle it. If you want to give a homeowner 8 hours like these folks, and they got some guys with some wheelbarrows and it took them about 5 hours and they moved it onto the property and got it done, or do we, the second we see it, go issue a citation? I'm agnostic.
to me, on this, I'm not big on issuing the citations. I'm big on getting them to quit doing it.
To
You know,
remedy it and stop.
Right. I mean, that to me is the goal, is to make sure that we are providing public safety and limiting the hassles for the neighbors that are having to live around all these construction sites. And so it's not a point of, you know, how many citations can we issue? It's how can we get the contractors to take care of their business in a way that is least inconvenient for the rest of the people that are having to live with it.
Sure.
You know, and follow the rules. So the construction sites, keeping clean, do we have an enforcement? Because this one on Hubbard Circle there is no dumpster over there. There's piles of rubble all over this property. Which there's no construction fence, so it's totally visible from the street. But clearly it's not, there's no enforcement on that.
Well, now that I'm aware, we can go enforce it.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not trying to jump on you or whatever. I just, this is a system that we need to work through so that we have a process of like who's gonna be responsible, and if we don't have enough staff to take care of these things, then we need to address that. Or it's like, is this your responsibility? Is this when Public Works drives by? I mean, to me, it's like everybody who is working for the city, who's driving around, if we can make sure that the police know what's allowed and not allowed, what Public Works people know, I mean, we should take advantage of everybody who is out and about in the city, and that when they see something, that they have the ownership, the authority, the, you know, the responsibility, if you will, to bring it up and say, you know what, this lumber is not supposed to be in the street for 3 weeks. Somebody, and who is it that is supposed to go and make them get it out of the street? So, and then if there's something that we need to change in our code because we don't have it addressed, then we need to figure that out too.
We've made a note to bring a fence ordinance or a construction fence ordinance back to you all, and we'll commit to try to clean up our process a little bit on how we train and address some of these issues. And certainly, let us know if you do see lumber in the street or anything else. Text me. I know staff is inundated lately, but I'm happy to help take some of that off of their plate, even as a first stop. Feel free to text me if you see something. If you see something, say something. Text me.
Terry gets tired of me calling.
Well, I know.
Because I have called in way too many times about way too many things, and I have been verbally accosted by neighbors because I called them in, and the city told me that they called you, you know, that you called this in. So,
Well,
to reaffirm what John said, nobody should be telling people when they show up that just because a neighbor complained.
For the record, I never get tired of having code complaints communicated to me. There's a high volume of work that I have to do in this office that keeps me from being outside, and I would rather be outside. So please tell me, number one. Number two, I will never disclose. Sometimes I have to say I've received a complaint. Generally, I will never disclose who has complained. Now, if somebody puts it in writing and they file a PIR, they're going to know who complained. Yeah, I mean, that just is what it is. But staff is not going over and saying, well, that neighbor over there just doesn't like you and they complained about you, and that's just not. So, you know, sometimes someone can probably reasonably ascertain, but, you know, we are respectful of privacy as much as we can be.
So should we, if you're a council member, you're driving around, you see these things, say it's a weekend, should we just be calling the police directly?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Just call them.
And if it's during the day and I'm here, call me, text me. Y'all have my city cell number. Send me a text. Hey, can you go by 3810 Gentry and take a look at that? I'll do it. I will work with anybody here. I would rather work with you one-on-one during the week and try to save you all from a 5-hour meeting if it's not necessary. If I can work on it and handle it with you and get it done and we can move on, then that would be my preference.
I have one or two other things. So, the parking on the wrong side of the street
Is illegal.
Can we enforce that?
Yes, ma'am, and we do, maybe not as much as we should, so we can address that more. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a violation, that's a state law, it's an easy ticket, and we'll work on that.
Is that addressed with the contractors in your initial pre-construction meeting?
Not generally. That should be something I should add.
Because it is just rampant. that they're parking on the wrong side of the street all the time. And it's not even just contractors, because I was walking the dog yesterday and there's 2 cars parked on the wrong side of the street.
Right,
on, on Wallace, in a no parking zone next to the pool, on the wrong side. And I was walking last night down Almerian, and they were unloading some material and a bunch of big flatbed trucks for a construction project over there, and there was a truck parked on the wrong side of the road, running with nobody in it. And when it's dark and people are pulling out and they're going the wrong direction, it's just a safety hazard all the way around. And I just, again, with the people walking, with kids riding bikes, with everything else, it's a safety hazard when they're pulling out from the wrong side of the street, or they're sitting in their car with it running and their lights are on and you're trying to come up the hill and you're getting blinded because their lights are on the wrong side of the street shining in your eyes. So I just, that to me, I think, and we used to have stickers, you know? It used to be, you know, on your trash can, you left this out too long in the street, put it up, and I'm not encouraging that. But the getting parked on the wrong side of the street, I had a Christmas party at my house 20 years ago, and I told everybody before they came, I said, make sure you're parking on the right side of, you know, the proper side of the street, because you'll get a ticket. And it just doesn't, I see it happening too much for it to be getting much attention from an enforcement standpoint. The construction hours, do we have a good definition of what is allowed? I mean, they can't start construction before 7 in the morning. What does that mean? Can the workers show up? Can they start, you know,
Can they stage? Is that what you're asking?
talking, slamming doors, backup beepers, you know?
Concrete truck will arrive at 6 a.m.
Right,
turning the concrete.
right.
Mhm.
I mean, I just think that we need some more clarification on what does it mean that construction can't start until 7? To me, it's like noise can't start before 7 o'clock.
That's how I would use that ordinance. I don't know that it's.
Or before 7 o'clock or after 7 o'clock. You know, it's like, at what point do they have to be gone?
I mean, people physically being on site, not running equipment,
Right,
they're,
well, how,
if they're not talking and they're not running a drill or concrete, I don't,
That's not what the ordinance says,
it's
though.
not what it says, and I mean,
we had demolition at a house across my street, people were there until midnight. And my dog was going nuts because they're walking around with flashlights. And she's doing her job, right? But they weren't still doing demolition, but they were still on site. And I just think some understanding of what is allowed between those hours would be helpful to make sure that it's being consistently enforced. And this is something that maybe we need to look at, P&Z taking a look at, getting some clarification on my question on what can be built inside the setbacks, the easements, or the right-of-way. We have several houses currently under construction that have cantilevered parts of their building. So where is the limit for the setback?
So the way we determine occupancy of the setback is by the foundation. And we require form surveys for foundations, driveways, and pools. every foundation, every driveway, every pool. If you've got to pour a foundation in 2 stages, you have to have 2 form surveys. When we do plan review, oftentimes your foundation is here and your roof is going to extend what we talk with the engineers about, a reasonable distance. So you've got whatever you have, dormers or whatever.
I'm not talking about the eave overhang. I'm talking about cantilevered parts of the building.
So the foundation itself has to have a form survey, and that we review that, and it must be within the envelope.
What about the wall of the house?
I mean, the wall of the house must be over the foundation, and the foundation is
Doesn't have to be over the house if it's cantilevered out from it.
true. I think that's something that we would catch in the plan review aspect, because we're looking at those walls, and so if there's something that's extending beyond that, it's on the projection of the plans, and so we're noting it during plan review and not allowing it. So
You're not allowing it. What?
the primary structure to extend beyond the setbacks.
Okay.
Beyond the foundation, you mean? Oh,
Well,
the
no,
setbacks,
it's
yeah, okay.
beyond the
Right,
foundation.
and it, yeah, and you could have something that is cantilevered or on pier or whatever it is that wouldn't be, but that's something that would be checked on the plans during review. So,
So that,
And who is checking that? Is that ATS Freeze or?
so K-Freeze does our zoning review, and they check to make sure that whatever's being built is within those setbacks. And then, as a fail-safe, we require those form surveys to verify that those forms are in fact placed in the same location.
The foundation form.
Correct. In the same location as what's approved on the original plans. And then everything is built off from there.
So maybe you need,
So
maybe you could ask ATS if they're checking for cantilevered walls.
well, I just want to make sure that we are measuring the setback to the wall and not to the foundation.
Sure.
Yeah, you and I have in times past disagreed on this whole setback discussion, although I'll say I do agree with you on this one. Like, the main body of the structure needs to be.
Right. Yeah,
I'm
I'm
not
not
worried
sure-
about 6 inches of the eaves
Right.
sticking out, but you know, if you've got 5 feet or some of them are even
And that's something,
bigger than that.
Extreme engineering.
Well, like, so where's the extent? You can go over the property line, right? Well, I'm not touching the ground, so, you know.
no, the short answer is no, that would not be permissible. It would require structural, which would clearly show that there is a structure extending beyond.
But does
Where?
our code cover that?
I feel like I have reasonable,
I doubt it does, but we can.
I don't know that it needs to get that specific for it to be enforceable, for our setbacks to be enforceable.
And I've looked
You know
at
what,
that.
as much as it's being pushed these days,
I've looked at that section of the code back in the day. And I want to say, well, we can take a look at it. I do believe that it goes into some level of specificity regarding, like, I think it calls out eaves and, like, I think it calls out
There is
the
some,
type of thing that's acceptable in the setback, which would preclude the other things, I think. But we can look at it. I mean, I don't disagree with your point.
yeah, I mean, because when I looked at what was in the code, it said the foundation, and I'm going, well, the foundation may be fine, but if it, you know, if the wall is 6, 8 feet farther than that, then that's, you know, right up in somebody's window.
That's,
Can that be in the setback,
it can,
or does that have to stay?
it can be in the setback, but it's should be out of any public utility easement. But the pads for equipment, HVAC, pool equipment, it can be in the setback. And that's just kind of, I think that's standard across most cities.
I just was trying to figure out how close to the, if you build the house up to the 10-foot setback and then you've got another 5 feet of
Mm-hmm.
concrete pad with the, compressor that's getting really close to the neighbors, from a noise standpoint.
Or a pool motor outside their bedroom window.
Right, right. And then the, planters. We've got a lot of people putting flower beds, planters, whatever you wanna call it, right up at the curb, in the right of way.
Mm-hmm.
And a flower bed, if they have to dig it up, it's okay, but if you are building a concrete structure, is that okay? It's not necessarily a retaining wall, but you're kind of impeding the city's ability to use that if you've got a big concrete structure in the right of way.
Yeah, I think that's an area that's not very well addressed by the code. And I think that's one that I call out at the end of that report, is that's not very well addressed.
Okay, so that's something.
And that's an issue that I've felt like was a problem, honestly, for clearly a long time, because there are examples of that problem on very old homes all over.
Well, and some of it was put in, because we didn't have curbs on the street, and so
Right.
the little walls that were put in all over town, that was like between the yard and your street.
Right.
So that's kind of a historical thing. I'm talking about some of the there's one right over there by your house that I swear if somebody comes around the curve on Edgegrove too fast and runs into it, they're dead. Because it's a
I know
pointy corner right on the curve.
Yes, I know the one you referenced.
Yeah, that just, I'm surprised nobody's run into that already, but it's 3 feet high concrete wall right there on the curb. So is that something that we need to get P&Z to look at to see if we need to address something from a code standpoint?
Yeah, and it might be good to let our engineer Lauren Winnick and I kind of brainstorm on it.
I mean, the thing where I think that is the problem, because I've actually given some thought to, especially along Edgegrove, for walkability and pedestrian access and that sort of thing, that's where it really gets you. Like if you don't have a good standard policy on that, then when you are trying to put in pedestrian access, that's where you have a real problem. So.
And I mean, the problem really is generally more for the property owner, because they spend a bunch of money on something and then we're going to tear it out. But it's also more work for us to tear it out. But in general,
I think the property owner needs to tear it out. If it's enforceable under the code.
Well, my concern is that it's there and the city
Or
has
cover
to
the
do
cost.
something and they're going, well, we don't wanna knock this
Yeah.
down, it's in the way, whatever, now we have to figure out another way to get where we need to get to go, so it's an inconvenience because they've put something there that shouldn't be there, but now it is, and so we don't wanna have to mess with it. So, anyway, just having, again, with the safety issues and stuff being right there on the curb, so. Anyway, but thank you for putting this together, Carrie. I
You're
know
welcome.
It's a lot of work, I appreciate
my pleasure.
your effort on that.
Thank you, Carrie. Good questions, council. Any other items on number 11? Oh, I'm sorry, Chief. Yes,
Mind
sir.
if I jump in one more time?
Sure.
I just want to make sure it's clear. So, we typically don't volunteer that people have called in. We never say who does. But, you know, be advised that when the police show up, people are like, why are you here? Did somebody complain? My officers are not going to lie. So, you know, we're not going to say who it is necessarily, but I mean, that's just business. And even if we did, you know, there's a lot of times in my career I showed up at a loud music just because I heard it. And I was like, well, the neighbor called, didn't they? No, I just heard. They're not going to believe you anyway. So, you know, and if certain neighbors are having trouble, they're just going to assume that. But we don't volunteer who called. That's not standard operating procedure. But, you know, if they're asking us if we got a complaint, I mean, we're going to say yes. That's
I'm
how we
sort of like, I mean, part of me is like a reaction, a reasonable reaction would be that's irrelevant. You're in violation
You're
of
in
the code.
violation.
Right.
I mean, that's a non-issue.
Yeah.
There's a
I don't
violation
think
here and
they
we're
need
trying
to
to address
lie.
it.
Yeah.
They don't
I
need to
just-
lie, but they don't need to even acknowledge that yes, there was a complaint, and say this is a violation of our code.
Yeah, and we can do that too, but at the end of the day, you know, they're going to know somebody complained. Even if we tell them they don't, in many cases, they believe that. So that's not necessarily changing the person's perception. So, but
I think if you tell a person, you know, I'm here because there's a violation, and it's really that's irrelevant or that's a non-issue. I think there's a lot of people are still going to be wondering whether there was actually a call or whether it's the officer that did it, you know, or decided on or whatever. But I think it can help put them off, and it might prevent what John Hinton was describing earlier.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to handle it. Very good.
Thank you, Chief. Any other items for discussion? Any action on number 11? Hearing none, we will close item number 11 and move on to item number 12. Discussion and possible action to update building permit applications to mirror current ordinances and requirements, including ordinance number 20180919B, requiring designation of a responsible person for permit compliance, and discussion and possible action as to current permits not in compliance with ordinance requirements. Ms. Brown, I will recognize you for your
Well, I brought this up
posting.
because I noticed, you know, I looked at the ordinance, it required the responsible person, it specified that the responsible person is the one to be cited for any code violation, but our permit application didn't require that a responsible person be designated. And now I think, Carrie, you've come up with forms, or I don't know.
Sure.
You can explain that.
So we've had that form. That's something that we've had. I kind of mentioned this earlier, but oftentimes when a project manager, homeowner, developer, whoever it is who's coming to pull a permit, they don't necessarily know who that responsible party is going to be when they file that application. And so that responsible party form is something to be distributed during the pre-con meeting or prior to. I send that out with the packet of documents. So here's your permit, here's your stamped plans, here's your responsible party form, here's your construction hours sign.
How do those come back to you? Do they come back electronically?
Some come back electronically and some come back paper. And so I'm really trying not to take paper. And so I take those, I put the information on my master spreadsheet that's got the phone number, it's got the name and the email, and then I pitch it.
I think if we had a policy that you don't schedule the pre-construction until you've got all the forms completed, then you get that form done. You know, and a lot of our contractors are repeat guys.
Right. And
they'll get it.
I think what would close the loop, because I know who the responsible parties are on these. When we get to that point, I know who it is, because at that point they're submitting things. I think what would be helpful would be for me to provide that to PD.
Let me suggest something. You may know who that is, But if he needs to give a citation, and the judge needs to know who, he's to give the citation to the responsible party, then you've got to show up in court to testify to the court that you know who the responsible party is, unless you have this piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
It's not your, you shouldn't take on that responsibility.
Right.
It should be, don't schedule the meeting till you got all the papers.
Right. And
It's an easy way to
and
get it.
that-
Don't issue the permit until
Don't
you
issue
have
the permit.
and what I was
And you need that.
trying
you need
to explain is I have that when I issue that permit, but I don't know that I've done a good job of communicating who those are to PD. So I think giving a copy of those to the police department so that they have it when they go to issue that citation would close that loop.
Do we
Well-
have an internal network that you could put it on?
As
so
I
that they could
understand the
call it up?
process,
I have it on the master permit spreadsheet list that lives on the website, but we're on separate servers. So,
as I understood the process, you serve whoever's on the site doing the wrong thing. Comes to you. You're the one that tells him then on Monday morning whether to cite also the contractor if it's a repeat violation, the responsible party if it's a repeat violation. That's my understanding. And you're the one that calls the responsible person in.
I believe it would be the police department who would call that responsible party in to issue them the citation. That might be a
let's check
legal
with the
question.
mayor. Isn't Kerry to call the responsible party every time he issues a warning?
Yes, that's what we've talked
Yeah,
about.
that's what I understood.
Yeah. In fairness, to date, we have been focused on the weekend and the after hours component of it. But I mean, I think assuming that process works well, which it seems to be, I think that's probably what we would do.
And if let's say.
Well, I say that.
I call in
well,
and I say, trash is blowing everywhere at 3208 Gentry. It's been blowing for weeks. You tell Chief Brady to go out and check it. Nobody's there. Then what do you think you're to do?
To provide him the responsible party contact information.
Okay, Mayor, is that right? Or I thought if it's
Well-
you calling the permit violation, then you would be the one that talks to the contractor.
So my question is this: is the contractor always the responsible party?
We have a form that makes whoever signs it the responsible.
I know that's what I'm asking though. So it
Doesn't have to
doesn't
be.
have to be.
It could be the homeowner.
Because to this point, like our focus has been to try to get the compliance from the GC. So it
That's the problem, because the ordinance doesn't make the GC the responsible party. It makes the responsible party, as designated by the builder or the contractor, the person that is responsible for compliance. That's what the ordinance says. That's why this paper is important.
understand that.
You can't cite someone other than the person who signed this paper for a violation. At the end of the day,
I mean, Chief, is that how you would interpret that?
So.
we have our attorneys.
The
We-
boss, the highest ranking person on the scene, because I need a signature for a promise to appear. I have no idea, there's no other person I would know to contact.
If you read Charlie's memo,
We have cited responsible
the
parties.
citation can be issued to the designated responsible person listed on the permit or the actual violator.
And what I'm hearing Chief say, and I'm not looking for an argument, I'm just trying to figure out what makes this work. What I'm hearing Chief say is in reality, in the real world, your officers are going to seek a signature in real time.
Right, they're gonna get somebody, they're gonna get an ID, they're gonna identify them, they're gonna fill out a citation, they're gonna get a signature.
So I'm not saying there's not maybe something that we need to adjust here between the ordinance and reality. But I think,
That, I'm just,
We have
to
called.
whom is the citation given and what is the procedure for serving it? The citation can be issued to the designated responsible person listed on the permit or the actual violator. If the permit is not available at the job site, the officer can document the violation and one of the following actions can be taken. The officer can follow up and issue citation once the DPR is determined and submit the case to the court. The officer provides the case report to the building official and the building official contacts the DPR, the designated responsible person, to come to City Hall, and the building official issues a notice of violation based on the case report with summons to municipal court. I thought that's what we were talking about, the B option, especially if it's a second violation. The difference between the two is that the building official probably more familiar with building code requirements and can educate the DPR on compliance.
so yeah, I'm not arguing that all of those are options. I'm just looking for the one that yields the best result, and I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, the process, the ordinance, I think it all flows from the ordinance. And if you want the violations to stop, who's in charge of the people on the site? It's the responsible person. He or she may not be there 24/7, but the ordinance and our legal opinion allows Carrie to call them in when there's been a violation. The officer can document the violation. Carrie can call them in and the citation can be issued, and the contractor's gonna have to come to municipal court and say, yes, I did or didn't do this thing.
And I agree with you, and we have done that. Typically, what I do, because of the way the court works and filing the citations, is I provide that information to the police department, and they contact them and they write the ticket. I can write a ticket, but it's a lot more cumbersome of a legal through the court. So I give them, whoever the responsible party is, they call them and say, hey, you need to come up to City Hall, you've got a ticket you need to sign for, and they do. And we have had that. The most recent one I can think of, and I'm not saying it's the most recent, but the most recent one I can think of was a project over off Riley where there was a demo permit issued and there was some tree removal done that was in violation of the tree removal. And there was no one on site. I provided the responsible party information to PD. They called the guy, they made him come up and appear and pick up his citation and sign for it, and then it went through our court system.
And so my point is, I agree with everything you've said and everything in that memo. My point is maintaining some level of flexibility to either do the responsible person or the person in real time that you clearly have caught violating the ordinance is probably the thing that yields the best results, as opposed to coming up with doing it the same way every time. That doesn't necessarily.
I wasn't saying that.
Hmm?
I wasn't saying that.
Okay. Well, as often happens, I think we're arguing
what I
about
was-
something that we aren't actually arguing over.
This all stems from, do we get whether Carrie's gonna accept and allow work to begin on a site when there's not been a designated responsible person to, with the permit application. That's how this conversation started. And I'm suggesting that the policy ought to be, don't accept the permit, don't schedule the meeting until you have all of the requirements that are in the code for a complete permit application.
Yes.
You can talk to them and say, oh, you need this other thing. You can tell them it's complete or it's not complete, but they can't start work until you've got everything you need.
Yes, and yes.
Are you good with? Yes, I think,
Yes.
I'm good with that. You,
I'm,
I think
I'm-
we're all good
I'm,
with
Because
that.
I'm
we
good with
have,
that.
if you've looked at the permit list, we have permits applied for and permits pending with TBD written in to be decided for the responsible person.
Right, but I think, but I don't, as I understood the answer earlier, that didn't mean that construction had actually started. The way I understood, like, they're not breaking
Some-
forms, they're not,
Some have.
Some have, and in that case, I have a responsible party on the hook. But
Okay.
But
not to get into the weeds. This is something that I am obtaining.
okay. I think we're all agreeing. I really do.
Yeah, I think we're all agreeing.
Okay, then from the public's perspective, if you're the neighbor and you go to the permit summary list online to get the name of the person to call to say, do you know that so-and-so's doing this every day? Or whatever. You can't call them because it's not on the,
So
summary.
here's what I would ask for, are the specific addresses where we believe, or you believe, that construction has begun that also has a TBD by them on the list online.
And it's probably something that I have that just needs.
And if,
Yep.
and that's where I was gonna go, like, and so.
Well, you know if the permit's been issued.
Yeah.
Yeah, she knows. And
I get
and
it.
she's the one that fills it in.
Okay, so take a look and see if we've got anything that's not matched up, which we will do.
Yeah.
Is there an address that you have in mind where you think this is happening?
I did not bring that with me tonight, but I did go and look at the most recent list, and I saw, oh, there's TBD, and there's TBD in the column for both active permits and in the column for pending permits. And some of the pending permits, demolition's already been done. And there's a TBD, you know, the permits for demolition, and there's TBD. So
Now, I don't know if
can't
the current,
cite you though, well, I
I've,
can't cite
I've
you
got
those
I've got a
here,
list
but
of about 5,000. So that's only the active and pending that are on there. And sometimes something gets mistranscribed or autofills. That's my best working list that I'm putting up on Friday. Let me go back and double check those actives first and make sure that there's nothing TBD listed, and then is pending. You know,
yeah, we'll look.
there's going to be a lag between projects that I've uploaded on Friday that, you know, are listed pending on Friday that become active on Tuesday. So there may be some that are showing pending on Friday afternoon when I upload that list that may change within the time frame that you pull that list and look at it. So,
Cool.
but
well,
we said we'd update it on Fridays, and that's what I'm doing.
Okay. All right, we'll take a look at that. Thank you,
Yeah.
Carrie.
I can send you the one I've marked at home.
Okay.
If you want it,
Yeah, we'll take a look.
but it's online now, so we can all see it.
There you go. Perfect. Yes, ma'am, Shanti.
Yeah. Well. Okay. Looks like I'm in the car.
Yeah.
Anyway, Shanti Jay Kumar, 3309 Parkers Drive. Wanted to thank you, because I brought this up at the council meeting, that we always had a running list of building permits and who's building what, where, whatever. And you took care of that.
Yes, ma'am.
You put it up. So I just wanted to acknowledge.
Thank you.
But I do have a couple of comments, okay?
Okay.
There's no date on the permit
Okay.
when it was issued, because there's a limit, there's an expiry on a permit according to our code. And if the date is not there, when I was on the council, one of the things I always did was look through the list to see whose permits were expired, so that I could bring it to the attention of PDG at the time and say, have they applied for a renewal of that permit? Right now, none of you know when the permit was issued and for how long that permit is valid, from what I looked at. So that's a comment that I wanted to make. And there were a couple other things that are missing that could be helpful to be there.
Okay.
And including what, and I think if I don't forget exactly. Number 4 Michelle Circle had a TBD.
Okay.
I went down the list because I'm familiar with a lot of these.
Both the demolition and the new residential construction have TBD.
Yeah, and maybe some others also. But to me, the dates are very important when you issued the permit, so that anybody looking at it can say, hey, they're still constructing 3 years down the line. Have they applied for a renewal? You know, that type of question
Right.
would be easily, you can track it.
Okay.
But overall, thank you for doing that. I
Happy to.
really
And
appreciate
the credit goes to Carrie. She was
to-
Johnny on the spot.
To all of you, okay.
Yes.
Thanks for following up.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you, Shanti.
Okay.
Okay, anything else on 12? Hearing none, we will move on past number 12 and go to item number 13, presentation on the city process regarding the granting of variances from our city ordinances regarding residential plats and building permits, discussion and possible action to address clarifications needed to our code regarding setbacks, property address assignments and changes, notice requirements, and other issues related to the division of authority between the building office, P&Z, and BOA, and to enforcing our code. This one is Sarah's, and I would like to start off with just a little bit of mea culpa on our end, and also ask our council to give a brief explanation on some items related to this item. I'll just say briefly, I think we maybe made a little bit of a boo-boo on how we handled a posting related to subdivision variance versus a zoning variance. And I'm already over my head. That's why I'm gonna turn it over to Charlie on what the difference is between a subdivision variance and a zoning variance. But apparently, subdivision variances don't come along very often. And so Charlie spent a lot of time digging into this. I'm gonna first recognize Sarah just to say anything she would like, but I would ask her to help me give it to Charlie here quickly as well. So Sarah, it's your item if you want to get us going.
Okay, I just a little context on why I put this on here in the first place. There was a P&Z meeting last week before, whenever it was, 2 weeks ago, where someone was replatting and wanting to change the side setback on the street. And there was considerable confusion over whether or not that should be P&Z or if it should be Board of Adjustments, how that was supposed to be addressed. We needed some clarification because nobody was quite sure what was supposed to be going on, and I think we need to make sure we all understand.
Sure, and I mean, I can address that specific situation just as I prefer to do it sort of in a general manner, but I'm happy to.
That's fine.
So I got I had a telephone conference and I spent some time with staff going, I looked at the application and I looked at all the issues, and there was several things going on with this. The first is that we had a plat that had lot lines listed on the plat. And we have zoning codes which may actually be different than what's on those platted building lines that are platted. So there's this thought process, oh, well, the building lines on the plat need to be changed in order to be able to put a structure in the place that they want to put it. And so we need to change that building line. And so it seems to me the initial inclination from staff was, oh, these are lot lines on a plat. That's what needs to be, that's what they need a variance from or a waiver from. But when you dig a little deeper into the issue, then you see that there's actually the zoning code that also creates setbacks, and depending upon whether it's to rear, it's quite confusing. Not confusing, it's not clear in the ordinance. It defines a block, and there's a question as to what a block is, and when you have two pieces of property. And then there's what the setback is dependent upon whether or not it's two rear lots that are facing each other, or if it's a side lot and a rear lot facing each other. And so there was some confusion on that, but that's how you determine your setbacks, and that's in the zoning code. And so after about an hour, a little over an hour, sorting through these issues, it appears to me that a zoning variance was necessary in order to, because the zoning setback was actually more restrictive based on how the houses were faced and where the first house was at. The second house was wanting to be built. That would put a rear lot against a side lot, which changed the side setback requirements for the house, which necessitated a change to the zoning code. And so after looking at that, I said, well, the more restrictive is the zoning code, and as a result, they are going to need a zoning variance in order to get the setbacks that they want, even though the plat variance was approved at the zoning commission to give them a 20-foot lot line on the plat. But you still have to, but the zoning code doesn't allow for that, and the more restrictive is going to apply, so they still need a zoning variance. So it was all very, and we don't define what's the side setback or the rear setback or the front setback. From my perspective, it doesn't need to be defined, all right? It's sort of common sense, but it's still not defined in the ordinance. I think that created some confusion as well. That's just my overall perspective after spending about an hour on it last week, so.
Thank you. Clearly a confusing, complex question that I still need to wrap my mind around a little bit. But anyway, so we made a call. The call was not correct. We're going to own that, and we're going to repost and send it to BOA. And that's, as I understand it, what the next step would be, and we'll handle getting with the residents to let them know and notify them and all that.
So my question, in light of all of that, is that if it is not as clear as it should be, what do we need to change in our code to make sure that it is clear?
Yeah.
Because to me, the intention is very clear. And the reason it's in the code is very clear. And we just, because this has happened multiple times, where people come in and they go, oh, well, I want to build a bigger house closer to the street, so I'm going to ask for a variance. And the reason it's in the code the way it is so that the building lines along a street are consistent. And if that's not clear in our code, then we need to figure out what we need to change to make it clear in the code. And along that line, you know, Carrie has said before, we don't have anything in our code that requires notice if somebody wants to change their address. And when you change an address on a corner lot, you change the setbacks. And that affects the neighbors. And if there's no requirement that that gets posted and that you send out public notice, then you're changing how close the house can be to the neighbors without giving them notice or an opportunity to object or bring up concerns or whatever. So, and I had a resident, and I did never get the details on why they brought this up, but I had a resident ask about it. We need to change this because it's not, because, you know, then you go from having if it's the back line, you have a 20-foot setback next to you, then all of a sudden they go, oh, no, now it's a side, and so now it's 10 feet. Well, somebody in the middle of a lot, or in the middle of a block, you get two corners, decide they want to change, and then all of a sudden you get two 10-foot setbacks, and you're required to have 25 between houses, then the house in the middle doesn't get a 10-foot and a 15-foot. They end up having to have two 15 feet because the other people have already changed theirs to be a 10-foot set, you know, so we're just, there's a lot of kind of willy-nilly stuff going on here without any.
We can sort through, on our end, on my end, and with staff, sort through those issues. One thing I would like to take a little closer look at is this idea that, or this point that changing an address changes the lot lines. I can't wrap my head quite around that, because even if you change, it seems to me, and I can go look at it to sort it out and try to get the right answer and bring to you a solution if that is indeed the situation. Because I agree with you, that's weird. But it seems to me, even if you change your address, changing your address doesn't change the zoning requirements. And changing the address seems to me you're gonna reorient the house, which will necessitate somebody having to come in and get a permit and do all
We
this.
don't require that either.
Okay, so
We
those are
don't-
things we
don't-
can look at.
We don't require that the front of your house actually faces the street that your address is on. So
Okay.
then we have people that are changing that because they go, well, I wanna have this long property line be my side instead of the back now, because then I can have only a 10-foot setback instead of a 20-foot setback. And then they still build the house so it faces over here, so then that's confusing for emergency responders, because it looks like the house is on this street, but that's not the address.
And I think you saying that actually puts more light for me now on why the issue was so confusing and problematic for Carrie when she first started dealing with it, because we have no definitions of what's the front and the lot. Unless it is based on the address, then that would absolutely make a difference in how this plays out. So we can look at those issues and come back with a solution that I think can solve them.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. I think we need, because this keeps coming up, and we need to clarify it in the code to make it clear. What does it mean where your front yard is? Because the back is clear. Once you establish the front,
Sure.
the code says the back is opposite of the front.
Right.
But if you don't know which one's the front, and, you know, and how do you then decide how you make your block, and your block has to be the rear lot lines, and, you know.
And I'm not a planner or an engineer or a surveyor, I'm just a lawyer, but it seems like, that we should have some, if there's not clarity in that situation, then just my gut is, the clarity is, we say that the front setback is that setback which is oriented to the address of the property. Or I don't have to think through it, because I can see how there could be this little bit of not a huge Rubik's Cube, but a small Rubik's Cube that we need to think through based on how your setback rules work. Because your setback rules are if X, then Y, if A, then B, but then C, but if A and B, then not L.
Well, I don't think it's that unclear.
No, it's not. I read it and understood it, but I did have to read it twice.
But it says the setback along the street is 30 feet.
No, it does
It says
if it's
30
rear, if it's some.
Unless.
Yeah. Right.
Unless.
Well, see, there you go.
But the default is the setback is 30 feet.
Right. Yeah, and I'm not. You're somebody who has lived with those rules for 20 years. I'm a guy that just read it, and so I'm telling you, I had to read it twice. So I'm just saying there is some, it does. You have to sort through it.
And that's why I'm saying, if it's not clear, because I know the intention, what the intention is, and the intention is clear. And if the code does not make that clear, then we need to clarify it, because
I will get with
otherwise
staff.
People are gonna keep pushing it.
Yeah, sure.
Well, and what makes it real easy is, or at least for me, and hopefully for Charlie as well, is to take him by the properties that have played the games and show him the game that is being played.
Yeah.
In order to kind of
That's always helpful.
I can give you a list.
It's always helpful to put my feet on the ground to see the situation.
And that
and I've been doing this long enough to know and understand what the policies generally are and what the intent of those are. And I actually had that discussion with Carrie, because I can generally know and understand what the intent of these are and what you're trying to prevent. And so we will absolutely go through it and try to and and
I did-
we work with you directly after we kind of put it together and make sure we've come up with a solution.
Yeah, I just don't want us to have another,
Yeah, that's fair.
you know, multiple more
Yes,
of
yes,
these
ma'am.
same
I understand.
I
issues
agree.
coming up.
I
so-
do want us to be careful that we don't, or just have an eye toward unintended consequences also, because I don't, whatever we do to fix it, I don't want that to create a whole host of
Other problems.
other problems related to non-conforming structures either.
The issue is that if you don't fix it, it just keeps getting worse.
That's true. No, I'm
You know, I mean, you say that, you can say that with anything. Because the more you let happen, the more they say there's a precedent, no, that when you let them do it over here, how come I can't, you know, and then, so then you might as well not have any restrictions
Yeah.
because you're not enforcing them and people can do whatever they want.
Okay. Do you need action,
I
Councilman?
don't, no, I'm comfortable that I understand the issues and we can try to resolve it. I mean, I was kind of familiar with them after going through them with Karen,
Yeah.
so this was helpful to hear from you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, anything else, council, on item number 13? Hearing none, we will close out item number 13. Move on to item number 14, update, discussion, and possible action regarding the Zilker Park Vision Planning process. And this is technically mine, but I will tag team with Alec. He and I have been going back and forth on this issue. He was nice enough to join staff and myself on a call that we did with the city of Austin and their planners related to Zilker planning, or the Zilker vision plan. Credit where credit's due, they actually reached out to us. It was timely. I don't know. I suspect that they probably saw these things on our agendas and decided they needed to. But I think we had a good discussion. It was a candid discussion where they sort of laid out their presentation, or parts, most of their presentation that they gave, I guess, last night. And I did have a chance to sit through about a 2-hour online meeting that they conducted yesterday. I think Ashley also listened to that. I think Alec did as well. Alec, I'll pitch it to you, and you can give us some of your thoughts, and then I'll take it back over.
Yeah, so sure, just real quickly, I mean, where they are in the process, I mean, this is like the 4th community meeting, I think that's the number of it. They're gonna do, and this go around, they presented, well, up until now, they've gathered a lot of feedback from the community and done all these little community meetings around, and this is like 3 plan concepts is what they presented last night, and they all have different little ideas. I think they put them in these concepts because they have ideas about which ones of these things, features they want done. It makes it easy for the public to consume it the way they presented it. I can see that now. And so what they'll do is they'll take the ideas, a lot of ideas from, or I don't know, a lot of ideas. They'll take 1 or 2 or 3, whatever the number is from each one of these plan concepts, and come up with the final plan this summer. I think, I can't remember the date, but it's in June sometime, I think.
I think it's, yes. I don't think they had a specific date. I think it's just June.
Yeah.
June 2022.
So, I mean, looking at it, it's interesting. You can go, the presentation that they gave last night is entirely online. There's also the video recording. I was just trying to figure out which ones do we need, what things do we need to be concerned about, and really what's going on what are their ideas for down at the end of Rollingwood Drive? That's like number 1. So in my view, like looking at the presentations, the third concept, let me just start with the last one they presented, that it seems like no one, because they did a real-time voting thing too, that didn't seem like a lot of people were real excited about the last one, but the third one was like, just improve what we have, basically, don't do a lot of changes, move things around, take the old, the caretaker cottage, kind of maybe spruce that up and build some like visitor type center around that. But there was no real, in that plan, there's nothing like Rollingwood Drive into that park doesn't really it stays the same. But in the other 2, they both involve parking lots and redoing the parking, like up to 70 spaces, I think is what they're saying. when you look at that thing. So that seems like kind of a lot more. It seems, I don't know how many spaces are down there, because when they talk to us, they're like, we might do some stuff on the park. And so it was like, okay, well, I guess we'll just have to see what you're saying. And then, the presentation last night was like 70 spaces. And if you zoom in, you can see like where they plan to put the lots. One is like where the existing picnics area is. And they would like build the parking into that. They take away some of the green space there. And then there's like a clump of trees. What's the road that leads up to the house? I can't remember the name of that. Yeah. There's up in those trees right there at the intersection of Rolling Wood Drive and that road. There's like a clump of trees, and they had like a mark out like parking lot in there. So like 34 spaces. It's not a garage, but it is like a lot. So I mean parking spaces, right? So I don't know. The other thing they wanted to do was like maybe put a playscape, or they didn't say playscape, they said like children play area or something there.
Playground.
And build out add some trail access there, like move the trailhead like from where it is. They didn't say move the trailhead, but they said add a new trail access point there where the gun range is, the old gun range. And one of them, like it's so funny. One of them, like they talked about remediating that, but then you look at some of these things and they call out the old gun range as like a nice like feature or something. Like they're gonna leave it there or something. But anyway, that's fine. But those are some concerning things. The other thing they talked to us about was like Stratford, and they want to change Stratford. Like I feel like that is, I don't know if they'll be able to get it done or not, because it involves moving the road next to Mopac. They want to like reroute it so it doesn't go under Mopac and tie in back on Bee Cave Road. They want to cut that from Mopac to Bee Cave Road, where Stratford is. They just want to turn that into like bike trail, I guess, or something. And they want to just turn Stratford and have it run parallel to Mopac, basically, and either on the east side or the west side. And then put like a little circle turn underneath Mopac where Stratford would come in to Bee Cave Road. You can see it on some of the maps. So I don't know if that would make traffic worse. I'm sure they're trying to address they want to open up. They just want to add more, I guess, just green space and try and turn things more natural or whatever. But, and plus that road backs up a lot, and they probably get a lot of complaints about like Stratford and Bee Cave Road on the weekends and cars and stuff. So I don't know. I was really worried about like, what is that going to impact? How's that going to impact traffic flowing back through our neighborhood? Because they also pitched another thing that didn't show up there, in the thing about
Did
like
you notice,
actually just severing.
I noticed that too.
Yeah.
They pitched something to us that was actually severing Stratford, and that didn't come up. So
yeah, that didn't come up. So hopefully that doesn't make appearance.
Severing Stratford out. What do you
like where Eanes Creek runs into Ladybird Lake?
Yeah.
Stratford would not cross that.
Yeah,
anymore.
it wouldn't cross that anymore. They make two like roundabouts where you can drop off points.
Oh.
And but that didn't show up in the
So
renderings
basically,
yesterday.
where the
So like if you lived on
paddleboard
Stratford
dock and
Yes.
stuff is right now, you just terminate Stratford.
Yeah,
there.
so if you lived on Stratford, there would be no more going to downtown down Stratford. You'd have to come through Rolling.
Yeah.
Right.
So at least.
And I actually don't. And Alec and I talked about it. I don't know if that would be better or worse for us, because honestly, if no one can get through Stratford, how many? If it's just a few homes on Stratford coming through Rolling Wood, that
Everybody coming from Westlake
But that
Hills
would
trying
be
to get to
eliminating
Silver Park.
all the parking.
right? They would,
Under
and they
the
wouldn't.
And they wouldn't be able to go
Right.
past
'Cause you
where
only
the
access
current
that from Stratford.
paddleboard
So
dock
they'd have to
is.
come through Rolling Wood.
Well, if they ever
you
went
could
down
still
that way.
access it from Bee
But
Cave
at
Road
that point,
and that way.
You might as well
Oh.
just go down
Return
BK
to
Road.
Stratford. I mean,
Okay.
that's
They'd figure out.
Well,
They'd only
if
do it
you-
once.
Not necessarily.
But in fairness, that didn't show up. So there's plenty to focus on that did show up in the presentation. I don't know. It's a mixed bag, as
It's a
Alex
mixed
said.
bag, yeah. And the theater concept that was floated around, like, hey, maybe they're moving it over here. It looks like what they want to do is either keep it where it is. Everyone who voted said keep it where it is, but I don't think they're going to keep it where it is. They want to move it like down to either onto the Great Lawn, like, or they want to move it down along the lake somewhere, like closer to
Well,
Mopac.
basically where they have the dirt parking lot right now, they're gonna
Yes.
remediate that into a prairie thing and create the Hillside Theater going down toward the lake
Yeah,
there,
that's what I.
which,
And a lot of the
I don't
comments were
think
so
you can
funny,
really
like who
do
wants to
that either.
who wants to watch him play next to Mopac? You know, some of the comments.
yeah, well, and, you know, the thing is, if they make Mopac more noisy with some of their concepts, then
Yeah.
that's a real disaster.
Did they
Yeah.
talk about that?
No,
No.
They didn't know discussion about
no.
elevated lanes?
Not, I
No,
watched
no.
the Zilker plan thing, I didn't get the special
Oh,
invitation.
so-
But I did watch the other thing, and they didn't bring up any of the big concepts that they're talking about with
well,
double deckers or anything on Mopac or
Mm.
anything like that. But
No,
it
yeah,
does
they didn't.
look like double decker on Mopac is, at least to my eye, in complete opposition to what they're trying to create with the rest of the naturalizing Zilker visions stuff. I mean, some of the things I think they proposed, like that land bridge,
Mhm.
I was like, I think that's a great idea
Yeah.
over Barton
They
Springs
actually
Road.
learned things even after our meeting.
Hmm.
I was misunderstanding what the stitch
Right.
was. I actually thought that it was closing down.
That's what it,
Yeah.
on Barton
that's what it sounds like, and that's what the
And
image looks like.
Once I understood that it was about the land bridge,
Mhm.
that there would still be traffic,
Yeah.
I'm actually much more
Yeah, I think.
open to that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think BK Road is gonna stay. It sounds like. I mean, not BK, but Barton Springs.
Barton Springs.
Yeah,
Barton
there's no
Springs,
way to get
sorry.
rid of Barton Springs Road.
Sorry. Yeah.
That's what I thought they meant by
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, that's what it initially sounded like in the initial meetings. They were kind of talking about actually shutting down Barton Springs Road, but then when they talk about the land bridge, then that's doable. That's manageable. It's not a nightmare. Could be
So-
great.
I think we will stay engaged on it again. We've got until June to have some more feedback. I think what we probably should do is make sure that we take that presentation and share it far and wide.
mhm.
I am appreciative of them working with us. I'd like us to be collaborative with them if we can. I said as much on
Yeah.
If we cannot be adversarial with them, that would be my preference. And if we could work with them on, and Alec, you weigh in here, but in my mind, it's really the three things that I think we have the most talk about. That Stratford piece,
Mhm.
and then what they're gonna do with those
Right.
two stretches that are, those two tracks that are
Tracks, right.
closest to us.
Yeah, those are the exact same things that I'm looking at. And so I think in the Stratford thing, it does, I don't see that as being a big problem. I can't tell, I mean, I obviously don't see how they're gonna do that and like do Mopac South and the same thing and take away, I mean,
The problems there,
yeah. And, yeah, the park, I mean, I guess they said that we could follow up with them again, or that we'd have another
I
follow-up at
think
some
we
point,
should,
yeah. And get I mean, the parking lots, I mean, I don't know, there's a nice new house, I think, going in on that corner where the old Lions used to live. And, I wouldn't want a parking lot built behind me.
I
there.
didn't see, I mean, I may have misunderstood the presentation, but it looked to me like the parking lot they were proposing was on the other side of Mopac. It wasn't.
There is a
on-
garage that they're proposing on
Right.
that side. which
Okay.
would be
The only thing I
30.
saw at the park was they were talking about children's
You
playground.
just gotta zoom in, it's real blurry, you gotta zoom in.
They were talking about some surface lot.
Okay.
70s
improvements, which, as Alec and I talked about, like, I think there's actually potentially some benefit there, but they can't go too crazy. It's far better than what the rumor was originally, that the large parking
Right.
structure was going to be on our side where the old,
Mhm.
Gun range.
gun range was. That was the original rumor.
Mm-hmm.
That I don't think is what they're even contemplating in any of those three that I saw.
No,
That large parking structure would be over
on the east.
Right,
Yeah, the east side of
across
Mopac.
Mopac.
on the other side of well, where are they talking about the
The
surface parking?
lot would be right there around the gun range and kind of across in the
Mm-hmm.
existing park.
So
And on both sides.
On both
on both
sides.
sides, okay.
Two
But
sides.
that was just one, and then another option talked about
I think it,
increased natural, the hiking and actually doing like they call it a playground, but it was
yeah.
more around natural programming,
Right.
the botanical garden. They could do like summer kids camps where they would actually hike in from the botanical garden side
From
Mm-hmm.
the nature center.
or from the nature center side. So some of that actually, we might,
Mhm.
the neighborhood, our neighborhood might be like, oh, let's do that.
They've got some of that on those trails now.
They do.
So
It's just
I
grossly
think we stay engaged,
underutilized.
get back with him. I think probably try to get some more details with what they're thinking.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, I think they know. I feel like they just already know what they want to do. The final thing's gonna. But it was nice to take some feedback from everybody.
Well, they got wasn't a lot of participation, but they got solid numbers
Mm-hmm.
of, so if they're really gonna try to go very counter to at least the feedback they're getting.
Well, I'll tell you, the area below Barton Springs is, they want to take that away. I don't say take it away, but I mean, I feel like it's going to be, in 10 years or so, it's going to be different than it is now. I mean, I understand they make it nicer, add some more paved stuff, but I think access down below Barton Springs pool,
Yeah.
just seemed like, anyway.
And to be clear, we were talking about their next June meeting, which it is the June meeting, but I don't believe there were going to be any decisions made at the June meeting.
Oh, yeah, no, and it's just like
It sounded like June was going to be more about, they're going to talk about programming and execution and that sort of thing, and probably funding to some extent. And then they're slated to actually make decisions toward the end of 2022. So there's a significant amount of time between.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it has to be adopted by city council, and so,
Yeah.
and then it can be, some of the ideas. I mean, it'll be like, lots of years, I'm sure, in the works, but.
So I think probably my suggestion would be that we follow back up with them. We'll try to stay engaged, have some more meetings, and see if we can't get further detail on some of their proposed ideas.
Sounds good.
My thought would be we try to, might even have them, I don't know if they would come speak to us, but we could put it back on the agenda and at least give, hopefully, sort of a laundry list of some of the different options that they're proposing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think ultimately it might be in our best interest to try to weigh in on some of that. And they seem to be open to the concept of sort of cherry picking different ideas out of each one of the three concept documents. So if we could get some more details from each one of those, maybe then choose some of probably the lightest touch that we would care
Yes.
for.
Yeah, I agree. That's one thing I learned about that. I thought that they did a nice job of presenting all that. I liked how they organized it. I was like, oh, this is really kind of smart, the way they sort of branded each
Yeah, I thought so too.
plan. And get people excited about certain things in each one.
Yes.
So they
Like,
can
wait, I
come
can't
together.
dislike all of them. Yeah, I thought it was smart too. Any other questions on that? I don't think there's any action unless any council thinks there should be. All right, with that, we will close out item number 14. We've already done item 15. I guess it's a little bit later. I'll go ahead and pull up item 16 again. Discussion and possible action regarding the preparation and submittal of certain applications for monetary support for the Texas Water Development Board. This is the item that we talked about briefly after the CIP presentation earlier, and we postponed it until I brought it back up. Y'all given any more thought to this one? And I really am. I can, as I said, I can argue it round or square. We've got plenty around here to keep us busy, but also happy to try to figure something out on this one if we need
It's
to.
an opportunity for us to get free money.
It is
Maybe.
theoretically an opportunity for us to get free-ish money. It will cost us $4 or $5 grand to try to get free money, but
You know, I think we have a lot of, what do we say, $6 million on the water, 17, $18 million on the
Wastewater?
drainage. You know, we've got
I will say
lots
this.
of needs.
I think the fact that we have already undertaken the IIP work and the CIP, the fact that we have sort of some fully baked products that we could repackage.
We have documentation of need.
Yeah, I mean, we've actually done a lot of work already that feeds right into this. So I don't think, I don't know, I've never done one of these applications, but I can't think that it would be too difficult to put something together to at least get going so that we could then follow up with Water Development Board afterwards and see what we did wrong.
Nothing else, it would be a learning experience
Yeah.
and would help us do a better job next time, even if we didn't get anything this time.
Yes.
The only thing that gives me pause are the comments that John Hinton had, saying that, as I understood him, he said, if the project involves use of revenues, then you have to have a 25% coverage, which would mean you would have to raise water rates to provide the required coverage. So it's, we would have to, it sounded like that there's a rate increase aspect to getting that money also. But it may be that there are new or different programs as well.
Well,
So,
that's what I was going to say. I don't know what.
looking at what Tim Ells put out, it sounds like, and looking at the, you know, I saw, I think I sent it to you, Gavin, one smaller city that had done, well, I guess it was City of Austin actually. They'd gotten an award for their water funding projects, and they had gotten zero-cost loans from, I think it was the Texas Water Development Board, some state group, for water projects. So, you know, I guess I'd vote yes.
And I agree with your
And I
hesitation.
think we're betting on the come a bit, but
Right.
There's enough of a bet to.
I agree with a little bit of your hesitation. I don't know what dollars they looked at with Water Development Board before. My suspicion, it was probably SWIFT funds, which is the revolving loan program that they have with Water Development Board. There are a number of hurdles and strings attached there, so I could see that there was some sort of match that would have been required that would have caused rates to go up. And we might get into that same situation with this. I think, in my mind, the difference here is that we do know that there will be legitimate federal funds coming down for infrastructure type projects, and so we don't know until we try.
Well, and one other thought I've had is that with TxDOT, you know, and the erosion that's along Bee Caves Road, and or the water feature that run, you know, the Eanes Creek impact on Edgegrove, there may be funds available that will fit a project that also involves taking care of a bad stormwater system that threatens life. If not, there ought to be. But, you know, I think it could be that maybe by year 2, we'd find a cubby hole that we fit nicely.
Yeah.
There's at least a chance.
I've always thought there probably are some things that could be done, and this is not in the IIP or the CIP, but I've always thought there's probably some projects that could be done along Eanes Creek, some water quality projects, that you could do some water retention,
Maybe water
and some
quality.
sediment.
Yeah.
It allows some ponding along there in flood times, especially down now that all of that's cleared out around the Endeavor project. So to your point, there may be, after we get into this, some opportunity to work with Water Development Board on some, or TCQ even. TCQ could have some water quality dollars that go there that nobody knows how to spend either. So anyway, we don't know until we get in. If council's so inclined, we'll take a stab at it. And if you want to give me some budget authority to go hire someone, we will. I've got some ideas on people who I know have left the agency. I have no idea if they know how to or would be willing to try to write a grant application, but I also might talk to some other people who possibly could do this. So
Tay Freeze may know.
they may, yep.
I move we authorize the mayor and the interim city administrator to work towards preparation of applications for monetary support from the Texas Water Development Board with a budget not to exceed $5,000.
Second it.
You have a motion, you have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, council. We'll do our best. Report back. Moving on to item number 17, discussion and possible action with respect to the appointment of a chair and members to the MOPAC South Expansion Task Force. Recognize Ms. Brown to open the discussion.
This item is to appoint the members of the MOPAC South Expansion Task Force. The task force is, the resolution setting up the task force says that it will be a 5-member committee consisting of a chair and 4 members. We've had 5 applicants for the task force, and after receiving advice from several of the members, several of the applicants, there is some high level of advice that to give this task force more weight, especially when dealing with other city entities in the county, that we should make the mayor the chair of the task force. And so
What do
a
you mean by
resolution-
what do you mean by more weight?
More seasoned council.
Oh, okay. Got
More authority
Oh,
as an
okay.
elected official.
Got it.
Both of those things. So what my resolution is that we appoint John Hinton, Gay Irwin, Tom Farrell, Wallace Grainer, and Victor Alcorta as the members of the task force, and that I come back with an amended resolution for next month's meeting that would allow the mayor to serve as chair of that committee. So my motion is to appoint the 4 applicants that we have before us as the members of the MOPAC South Task Force.
We have 5 applicants.
5 applicants, I'm sorry.
But aren't you saying that the task force is made up of a total of 5 and now the mayor's?
And I'll
She's
come back
having
next,
adjustments.
I'll come back next meeting with an amended resolution that allows there to be 6
Oh,
and the
okay,
mayor
great.
to be chair.
Got it.
So without opining on my thoughts. I'm going to restate the motion for you, and you have a motion before you to appoint the 5 members who have applied to the task force.
The
applicants to the task force, and to, was that all? And to come back at a later date with an amended.
With a recommendation as to the chair.
With a further recommendation regarding the chair. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Please have more discussion. No.
I think we have a great group. They're committed, they're excited, and I'm looking forward to their work.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to do it. We are very busy right now, which is a good thing. Happy to assist this. My suspicion will be that it will be an ex officio. So I'm happy to help give guidance and take their guidance. I do, again, as we've talked about in the past, see this group as a grassroots, grass tops organization, community organization. So I'm happy to help give guidance, try to get them lined out, and then keep us kind of all moving in the same direction. I wouldn't anticipate a large number of meetings, but I'll certainly help give guidance, and then allow them to meet as subcommittees and that sort of thing as well. So just want to set that expectation.
Right.
But the question before you is really related to the appointment of these applicants. So
I think we also need to figure out how we want, because hopefully Amy Patillo is still looking out for our interests in her position on the board, and we'll have some interaction with the task force and kind of figure out how that will all work as well.
Yes, absolutely.
yeah, I think it can work well, and I agree with that. And just so council knows, my intention would be to help guide this group, unless there are new facts that come to light. I think that largely a lot of the position of Rolling Wood has already been stated, and I think we've got a pretty good course and a good history, and so my goal would be to continue down that same road that we've already established and not really stray from that.
Well, and to hopefully get some other partners.
True.
With
that's really
other neighborhoods that have similar.
That's really where I think
interests that we do, and try and.
Yeah, that's what I think this is.
I think these. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying.
And to that point, like if I were to be ex officio and chair of this, my goal would be to make sure that everyone is educated on the position of the city, and then have them go forth and conquer doing what you just described.
Right.
Yes, I think don't we have a motion?
You do have a motion, you have a second, and we have had lots of discussion, so is there more discussion? If there's not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The ayes have it, 5-0. And with that, we will move on to item number 18, appointment of members of the City Council to serve as council liaison for Police and Courts, Utility Commission, Streets and Roadways, Park Commission, Personnel, Budget, Planning and Zoning Commission, Board of Adjustment, and Rolling Wood Community Development Corporation. I will start this off, but I've asked Ms. Wayman to assist in that. So you have before you, I did this slightly differently than we have in the past. This isn't the correct one. Is it? Yes, it is. I'm sorry. So we've done this slightly differently in that I've tried to give each of you two, so that we have kind of a backup on some of these. or that so you have a little bit more access into some of the committees. But first, would you read what how the ordinance actually lays this out? We've always referred to this in the past as the mayor's liaisons, which in my opinion is really not accurate. These are the council liaisons, and that's reflected in the way the ordinance is constructed. So with that, I'll let Ashley.
Sure. This is section 2-57 subsection D. At the first meeting following each regular council election or as soon thereafter as practicable, the city council shall elect at least one and no more than 2 council members, which may be the mayor, to serve as council liaison for each of the following. Lists out all of those here in item 18. Yep.
So the point being, these are really your representatives as council onto all of these commissions and boards. They're to report back to you as the legislative policymakers, so that you have eyes and ears into those commissions. Technically, those commissions are over kind of on our side of the world, and so we already have sort of that interaction with the boards and commissions. So it's at your discretion how you want to appoint members of your own body to liaise with those boards and commissions. I've given you a slate here of my recommendations just based on how I think each of you would do, but it's yours to make the appointments. And that, I don't think that's the way we've always approached it in the past, but I do think it's the intent of the statute, or of the code rather. I think that's it. I did put myself as the budget liaison, and I did put myself.
I don't think anybody's gonna fight you on that.
Well, I appreciate that. You know, I'm nerdy when it comes to the budget. And then I also put myself as personnel liaison. I think that's appropriate for the mayor, and trying to manage the staff here. But I did appoint Alec to assist in that effort as well, so that he, you know, the budget in my mind is a little different as a liaison for the budget, because I'm bringing you the budget for final approval. Only you can vote on items that affect the budget.
And can I interrupt and just say that
Yes.
from statutorily, the mayor is the budget officer under the law, so kind of makes
There
sense.
you go. So thank y'all for letting me do it when I was on council. So anyway, that's what's before you. Do it as you see fit. The only thing I would say with relation to the role of the liaison, please remember when you take on these roles, that you're not representing your own interests or views in front of the boards and commissions. You're really the eyes and the ears of your colleagues to report back to council of what's going on with those boards and commissions, and then to answer questions if the boards or commissions do have questions of you. But it's really, there needs to be some level of separation there, because at the end of the day, as policymakers, you will have the last bite at the apple anyway. That's it. That's what's before you. Do as you see fit.
So is there any of these assignments that somebody says, well, I really wanted this instead of that, or something that,
I'm fine. I'm fine with these.
Two.
the only one that I have some concern with is personnel. Just because we have no female liaison on the personnel, which shouldn't make a difference, but I think sometimes it can.
That is
And when we have
I usually notice
high level of female staff members.
That's a fair assessment. I usually have a better eye on things like that, but I do recognize where you're going with that. So you're welcome to take me off of that. I'll tell you, I will always still consider myself the personnel liaison, whether I'm designated by you or not. So
Well, and I think stuff comes to you first anyway.
It does. So I'm fine with whatever you want to do.
It's more a matter of whether or not there is additional support.
Yeah.
I have done that in the past. I'm happy to continue doing it. If somebody else wants to do it, that's fine too. I just think that sometimes it's nice,
I'd be happy to do
For
it.
him.
The personnel, if somebody wanted streets and roadways instead.
Yeah, my only suggestion would be, however you solve this puzzle, since everyone, we probably do need to swap them out. So it's, instead of just adding someone, I think you should swap someone.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'll take either.
Sorry, Alec, I
Any,
tried
no,
to.
yeah, no, it's fine. Any of them, just, whichever one you want.
Well,
You don't
then
want streets and
If
roadways,
we take
I'll
Gavin
do it.
off, then somebody,
But then we have, then Gavin has to be,
Gavin's the mayor.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Have to have any of these. These
Doesn't
are
matter on
council
that.
liaisons.
But you all have
So-
two currently, and so if you just add someone,
then there's a whole,
I
or
would
like,
find
unless you
somebody-
take two.
Then somebody has 3.
Yeah, then someone has to.
yeah. We're gonna make
So,
it work,
I don't
whatever y'all
want
do,
that.
so.
But really, Brooke
I'm
and I
pretty
each
laid
have
back, and
2
I'll
hats.
take,
Yeah.
if you
So,
wanna be
and-
on,
I'm thinking it might make sense for Sarah to be on personnel since she's also mayor pro tem. And if there needs to be any
That's fine.
continuity in a mayor pro tem situation, she's
That
there
makes
too.
sense.
okay.
That's fine. We'll need a motion though.
Approval of the council liaison recommendations as presented, with the one change being that Gavin is taken off of the official list of personnel liaisons and I am added.
You have a motion, members, is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second, is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Ayes have it, 5-0. That we move on to item number 19, discussion and possible action on appointments to the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Board of Adjustment. We sort of cleared the decks last session. Let's look. Last meeting. What do we have here? Go ahead.
We currently have one opening on the Planning and Zoning Commission and one alternate position open on the Board of Adjustment. We don't have any applications in currently for the Board of Adjustment, but we do have one for Planning and Zoning. So that is in the packet, and it is Greg Demas.
Appreciate Mr. Demas's applying for this. I know that he was also applying for some other positions before. I have not visited with him. I don't know if anyone else has.
Yep. I'll make a motion that we appoint Greg Demas onto planning and zoning.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Phil, a second by Alec. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Ayes have it, 5-0. With that, we'll move on to item number 20, discussion and possible action to set dates for the second and third public workshops on the comprehensive plan and discuss tentative dates with respect to the consideration and adoption of the comprehensive plan. I'll recognize Ms. Brown, as I believe this is her item.
We've previously adopted a resolution that has the second workshop for the current land use and future land use portion of the comprehensive plan, and a third workshop for the parks and recreation, mobility, Bee Caves Road, and Mopac South impacts. So we've had one workshop tonight. These would be in the same nature but cover different topics. I'll say that the current land use and future land use may be of the most interest to our residents because this is the zoning changes along, the recommendations for zoning changes along Bee Caves Road, related mobility issues, and then also what needs to be done with respect to the residential zoning code. So I'm happy with, I think Ashley had identified the February the 22nd, the 23rd as a possible date, and March 9 as the third date. Is that right? Or March 10?
So it
March
was March 9th. We are going to be recommending for the following item that the city council meeting be moved to March 9th. So I think from what I understood at the last discussion that the intent was to have the rest of the workshops apart from scheduled city council meetings. So if that's the case.
And after this evening, I would agree.
Yes. So if that's the case, we can come back to that March city council meeting after further polling for the third workshop, if that works for the council.
Okay. So I would move that we set a date of February 23rd for the second comprehensive plan workshop and March 10 for the third comprehensive plan workshop.
Wait.
Not
February 23rd and March 10, right?
No, just February 23rd.
I don't
And-
believe March 10th was circulated.
It
And then at-
was.
And then at
Was
our
it?
council
Or
meeting
if it
on
was,
the
it
9th of
was-
March,
but
then we would address the third, when
The
we
third?
said the third
Okay.
meeting.
Right.
All right.
Yes. I that was the only one, the
I'm sorry.
23rd, that would have worked. My
Okay.
apologies.
But if everybody wants to do the 10th, like if everybody checks their calendars now, you could still make that
Roxanne
motion.
and I are not available.
Right, and I'm sorry. I believe it was circulated and was not.
I
Oh,
should have butted
available.
out. Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to help.
So I'll
Okay, restate your motion if you would.
I'll withdraw the previous motion and move that we set a date of February the 23rd for the second comprehensive plan workshop.
You have a motion before you to set February 23rd, 2022 as the next comprehensive plan workshop. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion
is this
and
at 6 p.m.?
Is 6?
Yeah,
I was
that's
just
what I
about to
was
check on
gonna
the
say.
time.
Yeah,
6
fine.
p.m. Okay for everybody? Okay,
is
great.
at 6 p.m. That is the motion. Roxanne Mckee has seconded the motion. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Motion carries 5-0. And with that, we will move on to item number 21, discussion and possible action to reschedule the March 2022 regular city council meeting. And I will recognize Ms. Wayman to tell us our option, our single option again.
Yes, of either the week before or the week after council. March 9th was the day that everyone was available. I will mention there may be a few reports that we're not able to get out by that March 9th date just based on sales tax numbers that come out from the state. So we can always double up on those reports at the next month and send them out as soon as we have them available. But we might just be missing a few reports in our bottom section down here of the agenda.
I move we reschedule the March city council meeting for March 9th.
You have a motion, council. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Sarah and a second by Roxanne. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Motion carries 5-0. And that's all we have. We do have the mayor and department reports. The end of the packet, in case you or anyone listening cares to look. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0.